Hello everyone. Thanks for joining subscribing my YouTube channel. This course is related to CCNP Enterprise Automation Part 2. Now if you are looking for Part 1, you can check the link above or you can check the description in the bottom. Go and complete 9-hour video related to Part 1 and then you can come here and you can complete your Part 2. For the documentation, again, you can go to the Cisco CCNP from this tab. You can scroll down, you can see CCNP Enterprise Automation. Once you click there, it will direct you towards the document page. While you watch the video, you need document, you need source code as well. So those things you will get from here. I wish everyone all the best. Please continue this video and complete your part number 2 and complete your certification as well. Hello everyone and welcome to ABC of Cisco DNAC Automation course. In this course, we are going to learn a lot about DNA automation, but there is some prerequisite. So it's assumed that you know Python basics. In case if you don't know Python basics, so what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to add two sections. So before actual DNA automation, you will get two sections here. You can see the list of topics in section 1. So this is Python basics. That will be section 1. And then you have little bit advanced use of Python related to networking automation, because if we understand the Python, what is Python and what type of objects we have in Python and how we can use inside the networking devices, then the next phase is that when we are going to do the actual automation with respect to DNA API and plus Python integration to um, create certain script to do certain task, so that will become easier to understand the flow. Correct. So the agenda for this course is to do the automation related to DNA. So here you can see that the API introduction, the template creation, day 0 and day n um, configurations. But apart from that, I'm going to cover CCNP Enterprise Automation course as well, and this is actually section number 4, that is dealing with DNA related APIs, DNA related automation. So what's the curriculum or what's the agenda for that? You can see that understand the intent API, command runner API, site API, discovery, and the template APIs. Okay, so in this course, what you will find, the course will be divided into several sections. First two sections related to Python. Next section will be the basics of DNA automations and the DNA plus the API integration with respect to Python language. And finally, you will get the CCNP enterprise automation, all the use cases and examples covered in this course. So I hope that you will learn new things in this particular course, and all the best for this particular course. You will learn and you will use those knowledge in your real-time job or in your work. Let us understand Python. We know that the importance of Python language, and nowadays it is used everywhere. So either it's a networking or machine learning or artificial intelligence, you will find that the use of Python is huge. Why it is this much popular? First of all, this is the interpreter level language. The codes are easy to learn. Again, if you compare with the traditional programming, so for example, C, C++, Java, and then if you go and compare the Python, you'll find the result inside Python is very fast, because it's almost like interpreter. Means you are doing the inline type of coding. You are giving input and you are getting the output. So not only that we can do the inline type of programming, but we can go and create a well documented program, and then we can run this as a script as well. So options are there in Python, and it's very lightweight, it's fast to execute, and it's widely used inside different type of operating system. So for example, in our case, you will find that most of the Linux operating system by default, they have this Python running inside the box, or even it's very easy to install the Python language. You'll see that I will go and install the Python. There is 3-4 commands that you want to do that for the installation. In Nexus OS, Python is there. You can go to Nexus OS, you can write Python, and you will move to the Python shell or Python interpreter. Alright, so here you can see that you can go to the Linux and you can type Python and you are inside the Python. So what does it mean that once you are inside the Python, so here you can see that I have my network automation tool, but before going there, I want to show you that you should use these commands. Actually, the first two, apt-get update and apt-get install, to do the installation for the Python language. So I can go here and do the installation because already we have Python up and running. So it will not run much. Even if some minor updates are there, it will go and do the update. Otherwise, we are running Python. That's the latest version. Correct. So you can see that you can go and copy paste all these commands, and you'll see that your Python and then the integrated modules are up and running. So once Python is getting installed in the Linux machine, you can go and type Python. Here you can see that we are in the Python cell. Once we are there, at this point of time, we can assign the uh, values and then say y equal to x plus 4 and then say print y. You can see that how easy it is to operate. But in upcoming session, you will see that we have big scripts related to networking, device SSH and configuration, and open and close a file and run these scripts in different type of for or while conditions. Okay, so those things we'll see in the upcoming session. Now let's come back to the Python. So it's very easy to use and it's something like common to most of the networking devices. So that's why one Python can do the automation for most of the networking devices, and not only the networking devices, but there are other use cases as well in other technologies as well. So what are the benefits we have? It's a free and open source developed, portable, easy to use, learn, object oriented and functional, named after Monty Python. Cons is that it's not a program that is written in hex or binaries. That means it is not written in low level code, so that's why it's compared to low level program, it is taking much time to do the execution. Now again, if you go and compare with Tcl, Perl, PHP, C, C++, C hash, all those things, you'll find that Python is a winner because it's easy to learn and execute as well. Now to run this program, Python program, we have n number of options. One option that we are seeing here, that will be the best one, that I can go to the Python and then I can write the script. This is the inline way, but I can go here. Say for example, let me go out from here and then I can create a file, say test.py. That's the Python extension. And then you can go and write your script here, whatever script you have, and then it will get executed. So at the moment I don't have any. Let me show you if I have any other script up and running. So I have say nano, and let me show you this if I have any old script that I just wanted to show you. So here you can see that I have few of the scripts that is already up and already there, that I can show you the format and syntax. But at this point of time, I just wanted to show you that the extension is .py and it's very easy to build, and again it's very easy to execute as well. So I can go here to Python 3 because we are focusing on Python 3, and then I can run say wlc1.py. if I press enter, then this program will get executed and then we'll get the result. Although how I write this program, you will see that its complexity is there that you will learn in upcoming session. Okay, so it's easy to use and easy to execute, and there are several IDEs and all. So here you can see that you have IDE, you have Komodo, Python Win, PyCharm, etc. There are so many. What is IDE? What is integrated development environment? That you have one notepad type of say editor where you can edit the program and then you can run it. So I have one IDE here, and by the end of this session, this video, I'll tell you that from where you can go and get it. So first of all, here you can see that I have my cell. It is looking like this. Again, if I go and put x equal to 10 and print x, so here you can see that how it is working. And then again, if you have any script, you can go and open, not like this. You can go and say create new file, and once you have this new file, this is your ID. Both are the ID, and then again you can go and assign say equal to 55 and print say x, and then you should save this. So if I go and save this as a say 55.py, once I save it, then I have option to run this. So I can go here on top, run, say run the module, and then we'll get the output here. Okay, so various ways to write the program. The best option we have that we should use the Linux, and then in GNS obviously we have the automation option that we can use. We can use that, and again we can connect with various networking devices. Now here is some low level term about Python, so how the task is executed. So first of all, we'll go and save the program as .py extension. Then it is going to convert it into bytecode, that is the PYC, that's the internal conversion. And then we have the runtime PVM. So it's something like from high level to low level how the program is getting executed behind the scene. And here you can see this runtime is nothing but the Python virtual machine PVM. And again, with compared to C and other languages, you'll find it's easy to use, and it's using some sort of bytecode method to execute and run the program. The installation is very easy. Either you can go and use the Linux that we are using in the GNS3, or you can go to the link here, that is the python.org. You can download the version related to Windows or Mac OS, etc. Although in Mac OS you'll find this Python is already there. Even in most of the Linux system nowadays, Python will be there. Windows, you can go download the software, install, and I have shown you the IDE as well. But once you install that, then you can check that as well. Say we can go and run the uh, Python program in Windows. So this is showing, this is I'm showing in my laptop that it is looking like this. Say for example, y equal to 99. Again, I should assign from here, say 99, and then print y, then it will give you result. So various ways to execute the program, and it's very easy to install. It's very easy to learn also, and easy to implement also. So that's why Python is widely used everywhere at this present time. Now next topic, we have a Python conceptual hierarchy. We know at this point of time that we can go and write the program, and then we can save as .py extension. Now, what is happening that whenever we are writing the program, we have modules. Obviously, you have the blocks, and that block is nothing but the module. Inside that module, we have the statement of expression, and those statement that contains expression, they are nothing but objects. So everything in Python is an object. We have so many built-in object as well. We can write code to define the objects as well. And there is actually no concept of that you have uh, no concept of that you are using some old expression or something like that, because if you see here the notes, you'll find that Python is considered as a dynamic language. One way to understand is it to see that Python does not require variable. That's the thing. That's the game changer. You can say that it does not require variable, but it's a dynamically we can go and assign the variable. Correct. So suppose x equal to 5, we are assigning dynamically, means at that particular instance you are going and creating one variable and you are assigning it. You will find that because it is supported or natively supported inside Linux, so most of the Linux operating systems, it's very easy to install and use as well. So here is one example, and it's not required in Python 3 that you should go and write like this. But what we can do, that we can start with this shebang. This is termed as shebang, but it's not required. Let me quickly show you this, the same program in Python 3, because Python 2 is now, it is announced officially that will be out of support, out of live. You can think USEUL, etc. So there is no longer support for Python 2 in upcoming time. So what we should do, that we should go and focus more on Python 3 and the syntax. Correct? So let me show you here that how this program that we have look like. Let me write one program. Let me go and write here. So what is this? That simply you can go here and you can give, say, course equals Cisco networking programming. That's the course, because this is the string, so you should close inside the quotes. Either you can use single or double quote, but you should not mix a single with double, double with single, etc. And then you can go and print. Now in other versions of Python you have some issues like this, but when you are using the Python 3, you should use the syntax like this. So print the course, and here you can see that Cisco networking programming. Now here you can see the example is with the old version. If I go here and use a print course, it will not work. Okay, because it is telling that print is a function you should go and use in this format. Now next we have three very important terms here, or you can see the help utility function, that help, dir, and type. And this is actually very important to understand all these three. So help means, let me quickly read out this. Help means that we have the Python inbuilt document about the object. Dir means that what methods related to that object, and type obviously means that what type of a string or what type of uh, function or expression you are using, or what type of object you are using, to be more precise. So here if I go and say, for example, if I type x equal to 1, and then if I go and type x, so here you can see that type is integer. Okay, likewise if I go and do dir for x, so what methods related to x, you will find that these are the methods like avs, add, bool, seal, class, del attribute, dir, etc. So these are the supported method with the integer. Suppose x equal to a, that's the string. Then I can go and use, say, type x, and now here you can see that initially x was 1, now x is a, So we are dynamically assigning the variables. And then here you can see the type is now a string. And if I go and type say dir is say x, so you can see the methods related to string, methods related to integers, and then methods related to string. Then finally we can go and use the help utility, say help int. So it will go and tell you the int related object. This is the class int object, and the methods inside this class, all these options inside this class, it is telling that you can do all these things. Likewise, I can press up arrow and I can go and check say str string, and then inside the string add contains equal format length, etc. All these methods it is telling that we can go and use inside this particular object. Okay, so that was the important information. The same explanation here also, just for your reference, you can go and read it. Then finally, we have to go and study about Python data type. So in upcoming session, we are going to learn about the string, number, list, dictionaries, boolean, and file. Although you'll find that all these um, important information that we have here as a basic understanding of Python are easy, and all these concepts that we are going to learn here we are going to use in the advanced section, where we'll go and configure the network devices. There are so many operations that we are going to do. So we'll telnet configure, we'll SSH configure, we'll use various methodology related to SSH and configuration as well. Okay, so these basic understanding and knowledge of all these uh, data types or the objects is important in the upcoming future videos. Let us understand Python virtual environment. Now this is useful, and you can correlate this with router VRF type of thing. Like you have virtual routing forwarding instance, that means one router don't have only one routing table, but it can have multiple routing table, correct? Like that, in same Python application or Python interpreter that we have in our system, I can run a multiple versions program with multiple API. So rather than installing different Python flavor in different system, we can test uh, we in our virtual environment we can test different versions of programming code with different set of APIs. Correct? You can go and check this link as well. Here you can see the explanation. Let's suppose if you have Epic 1.1j and you're running Epic 1.02m as well, and you are checking the API codes related to both the Epic or ACI controller. You don't need to install the different Python package to check this. Rather than, you can work in a virtualized environment and then you can run these programs. All right, so how we can use the virtual environment? Here you can see I can go and log into my automation tool. I can go and check the Git installation, and before doing this we should do the apt-get update. Once you do the update, after that you can check the zip installation. Then after that you can see that we have command apt-get install python 3 v virtual environment. We'll go and do the cloning for one of the sites that we are going to use in upcoming sessions, so we can uh, reuse the code, or we can change the IPs or certain places in that code, and we can utilize in our program as well. So let's this get completed, although we have done these steps in the earlier sessions as well. It can be very faster, so we can wait for next 15 seconds here. All right, so it's almost done. Then I can go and do the git installation. Here you can see now we are getting the option. Once this is done, Let's wait here. Then what I can do that I can go and do apt-get install python 3 when, and this will also take some time. Done. You can see it's quite fast. Now I'll go and do the cloning for the git, and this will be the big URL. So github.com AI devnet, say getting started. So let me type the entire code here. This is long string. Even you can go to this URL and verify the coding and all. It's very easy to use with the web browser. So I can go and type the complete string started and Cisco SD WAN REST APIs git. You can see it is doing the cloning and it is asking the username and the password because we have set that. I have the username and password and it is not found. Great. Let me try once. So you can see that cloning has been done. Maybe some place I have some spelling mistake or typo. Alright, now I can go to this folder and you can see that we have so many programs that is there for our reference. Now, say for example, I want to run any of these program, even you can go and check. So this is for API related Python program. And I can go and check the others as well. So for example, login. What login is required? Do I have to set some environment variable or I have to go and manually put the login and the username? So at the moment you can see that I can go and run this Python program. This is actually the Python program. So I can go and run the stvan.py and few of the things will be missing. So don't worry. You will see in the upcoming section that how you can actually go and install these modules. While doing the installation, you will see that there is a requirement file as well, correct? So first of all, what you need to do here is that you should go and check this requirement file. Now, here you can see that uh, at the moment we are running this program in a Python library. It's not in the virtual library. Now, if you want to utilize the virtual one, what you can do, uh, step number 42 we have done, but here you can see these are the requirements. So Python 3.6 virtual environment, activate it, and then whatever requirements are there, we should go and run this. So before running this code, I just wanted to show you that what requirements are there that you want to install. So these are the packages, these are the libraries you want to install that will help this particular program to execute properly. So here we are putting the virtual environment and then it is going and installing all the requirement file, correct? So let it be completed. Now some of the places you can see that we have error. Now for those code, what you can do, you can go and search it and you will get the proper direction to install these particular packages, correct? Now again, if I go and run my Python code, that is the Python 3 stvan.py. If it is not there, then we can go and run. So now you can see clearly that we are in the virtual environment, and we can go and run the program. Okay, so few places we have the error. We'll correct these errors in the upcoming section. The target for this particular session was just to tell you that you can run execute your program in the virtual environments. Okay, and still, if you want to check any of the small programs, I can show you, say for example, nano hello.py, and then you can go and print hello, correct? And you can run the python 3 hello.py, and here you can see the output. Okay, so let's stop here. We'll continue the labs in the upcoming section, where we have to go deep inside this, and then we have to execute the labs. Again, if you go and check the syllabus, you'll find that we have 20% weightage for SD-WAN programming. So better when we start the SD-WAN module, SD-WAN section, we'll perform these labs. This is the important topic where we have to learn about data type, and that is a string. Now, if we go and assign the variable in a way that either we can use a single quote, here you can see that I have IP address assigned 10.1.1.1 inside quote, or if I can use double quote. In both the cases, they will treat as a string. So now if I can go here and if I check the type of this IP address, you'll find that it is showing that it is a string. Let me quickly show you this thing. So suppose if I go here and type python 3, and now here if I assign IP address equals to 10.1.1.1, and then if I can go here and if I check the type of IP address, so here you can see this class is a string, and likewise the hostname 1 and hostname 2. So now what is the string? The string is sequence of numbers that should be inside single quote or double quote. That's the first thing. Second thing, that without quote you are referencing an object. So if I do not give any quote, that means that we are referring the object. And suppose if we have this string without any value, so that condition will be treated as a false, and then again a string with some value will be true. Correct. So we can use this empty string as a false condition as well. Now while printing this string, here you can see that I can go and give, say, interface config as a interface eth1, and then we are using \n, that is for new space. So what will happen if I go and run this program? Let me quickly show you this. So for example, I have interface config assigned to like this, say interface e1/1, and then we are giving the new line character, and then say for example no switch port, and then we can close the quote. Now if I go and type print, here you can see the example that you're seeing in the PPT that are with the older version of Python, but we are using Python 3, so we should go and use like this. Either you can print and then space and then the uh, parenthesis that you want to close. So let's close this interface config, and then we can go and type. So here you can see that interface e11, and then the new line we have, and then the no switch port. So that's a way that we can go and print multiple lines as well. Correct. So that's one example. Apart from that, in a string, you'll find that we have multiple inbuilt functions as well that we can use. So uh, we can save the number of steps that we want to do in our program. So for example, we have uh, we can go and do the concatenation of a string as well, but let me quickly show you that we have multiple ways or multiple inbuilt functions that we can go and use. I'll show you this in upcoming slides. Let me quickly show you one example related to concatenation. Here you can see that I have IP address in a quote, mask in a quote, and then IP mask. I can go and use this plus symbol. So here you can see IP address plus, then again empty string and then mask. Empty string just to give some space in between. So we can use this strategy. So let me go here and let me show you this. Say I have IP adder 10.1.10.1 and then say mask that is 255.255.255.0, and then I can go and do the concatenation of this. So IP mask will be IP adder, and then we can go and give plus and then the empty string like this, and then again plus and then the mask. Correct. Now finally we can go and print. So I can go and print IP mask that will add IP address and the mask with the space. So now here you can see that the space is not there. So what I can do here, again I can go back, and when we have the print statement, so let me give the IP mask statement. Here I can go and give a small space in between, and then when I go and print, so now you can see the space is there because we have given a space here. So that's one example that inside the string we can go and do the concatenation. Apart from that, we have so many inbuilt functions as well. So here you can see that list is like a string and then upper, lower, replace, start with, format, split. If you want to see the long list of that, you can go and use the dir with a string. So if I can go here and if I can show you the methods related to a string, what are the inbuilt functions we have. So we can go and check. Here you can see we have so many. So end with, uh, is alpha, is numeric, make, trans, partition, replace, rfind. So many options are there, so many functions are there that we can go and use. So for example, if I have x as a function is equal to a, b, c, d, e. X is a string because a, b, c, d, e is inside single quote, and then if I can go and use say x dot I'll maybe we can store say y equal to x dot upper, and then if you go and print y, so here you can see that y is a, b, c, d, e. Correct. uh, the same way if you go and use say for example y, again we are doing the dynamic assignment. So y equal to x into strip function, and then if you go and print y, so here you can see that this strip is not working as per requirement, but what you can do here that while you are using a strip, you should use some argument in between. So suppose I'll use a strip and then I can use a dot. So let's do this. If I can use let me show you this. So if suppose x equal to, again I'll do some assignment and we'll have the difference as well. We can see the difference in this case as well. So y equal to x into strip, and we want to do a strip after dot. Okay, and next topic we have data type, that is number. The type is obviously the integer, and we can do various mathematical operations. Here you can see that we can go and do the multiplication, subtraction, addition, divide. Now suppose if we are doing the division and then we are getting the number in the fraction. So in that case, what we can do is that we can use the absolute method. So say for example 10 divided by 3 will be 3.33 something, where if we want the complete absolute integer we can go and use the slash operation. Again you can see we have various mathematical operations here in the slide that we can go and use with help of Python. Now these operators or these methods we can call inside the program, and my program will use these mathematical operations to give certain output. Okay. Next topic we have is the data type booleans. Now booleans are very important data type because whenever we are putting certain condition, either it's a true or false, again we have and or operation as well. So if we go and combine all these conditions, we will find that, say for example in the slide you can see true and false. So a statement cannot be true and false at a time, so that means it is false. True and true, so if suppose if you have two different statement and if both are true, that means you are getting the result as a true. False and false always give you the false because this is 100% wrong statement. But if we go and use OR operation, so true or false will give you true because this is the OR operation, and obviously true or true. So two true statements will give you the true statement. Correct? Again, if it is not, say for example, true, so not true is false and not false is true. So these type of examples we can go and check. So for example, if you go to the Python, so let me quickly open the Python interpreter. I just now installed this, and here you can see we have the Python interpreter, and here we can go and do the basic testing. So let me start this testing with the mathematical operations that we just seen. Say for example 4 into 4 will give you 16. Say 16 divided by 3 will give you 5.33 something, then 16, and then we can use 3. You can see we are getting the absolute value. I can go and use 4 plus 4. I can go use 4 minus 1. So all these operations are supported here. Now here the power we have that I can go and assign x equal to 4 and then y equal to 4, and then I can go and store z equal to x into y, and then if you go and print z you can see 16. So these operations we can store somewhere, and later on we can go and utilize these operations as well inside any of the program. Correct? So likewise, let's go and verify the conditions as well, Boolean conditions. So for example, say true and false, and you should type true in caps, and false, true start with capital T, false start with capital F. True and false can't be true. Likewise, I can go and use OR operation. So true or false, this will be the true. So this is the valid statement, correct? Again, if I go and use say not true, and in this case you will see this is false, not false, this will give you true. Okay, so this way we can use these conditions, and again in the program we can utilize it. At the moment we are just seeing that what will be the output in terms of interpreter programming style output. But yeah, obviously we can go and put these condition in the program, and then we can put certain condition on that. All right, so let's stop here. So next we can go and check certain functions. So for example, upper replace start with format split, and we have one example as well. So let me show you this how we can perform the task. So here you can see the example that we have. So host name is Nexus OS, and then the upper, then the MAC address, and then the replace, then start with format and split. So at least these examples we can check, because obviously in upcoming section, in upcoming networking related Python configuration, you'll find that these are going to be used and tested. So let's check all these things one by one. Although these examples are very easy and straightforward, but still that will make sense. Already we have tested one of the function, that is upper. Then you can go and use lower as well. Now next what I will do, that I'll use the example for MAC address. So MAC equal to say 112233, and that's not the correct format of MAC. 4455 and 66. So for example, then what we want to do, that we want to use the say MAC and then the replace. So replace this how? So we want to replace the this with dot. So we can go here and give the dot and then enter. So now you can see MAC replace done with the quotes with the single dot, correct? So with this colon, you can see this is replaced with this dot. All right. Then if you want to use a start with condition, so suppose this IP is, say, let's use double quote as well. So because we are using single quote all around, and then if I go and use IP dot start with, because this should be the true condition, and it will give you the condition as a true. So if you are using double quote, it's recommended that you should use this everywhere. And let's see what is the problem with this, because I should give IP dot start with, and that's the spelling type. I should type starts with, and if I go and check with this starts with, okay, so you can see here that either it's a double quote or single quote, doesn't matter. But for the consistency purpose, if you are using the single quotations, use single. If you are using double, use double as well. All right, then again IP, already we have IP address defined by 10111. So what we can do here, that we can use the format function as well. So for that also we should give say IP 10 and then the parenthesis 1 and then if you go and use say IP format, these are actually very important. So if you go and use this format, and should you use inside the quote, so you can see this result will be 10 200 1.1. Okay, and then finally we have this split example. So again, the IP, for example, is say 1111, and I should use say in quote, say IP is 1111. Then what we want, that IP dot split, we want to split it, and we want to split it at after dot. So for example, and then you can see the split 1.1.1.1. Now here I can go and say for example IP, or maybe new list equal to IP dot split. I just want to store this variable inside the new list, and then if I go and print the new list, okay. Now what I want with new list, that say uh, x equal to new list, for example, and then x dot pop. So built-in pop of list at this, and if we are using, see, now if I go and use say x, if I want to print x, so x become 1111. Again, if I pop and use x 11, pop and check x is 1, pop, and then if I use x is empty. Okay, so these are actually the interesting use cases we have, although it seems very small examples, but in future you will find that these examples will become very important and the fundamental block of learning. And the next important topic we have is to understand the conditions. Now here you can see that we may have conditions like equal, not equal, greater than equal to, less than equal to, etc. Now how we are going to go and use these conditions. So let me quickly show you a few programs related to condition, and as we'll progress, we'll learn more about the conditions in the upcoming sections as well. So here we are, and I want to write one program. So for example, x equal to 10 and y equal to 20. Now obviously y is greater than x in this case. Now I want to put one condition, say if y is greater than x, and then I want to print, and here you can see that I have used the indentation. Suppose if I use print here, it will throw an error. So I have given a spaces, I reached here, print, and what I want to print is that y is greater than x. Okay, so we can use single quote, we can use double quote, enter, and if we enter one more time, so here you can see the output, y is greater than x. That is one of the condition. Now if I want to add certain more condition inside that, say for example elif, that is again one of the condition, and we'll see in the upcoming slides as well. I have notes for that. So what I will do here is that again I'll reassign the numbers. So for example x is 10 in this case, and y is also 10, both are equal. Now the same condition I want to put here, that if y is greater than x, so this case I want to go and print that okay, y is greater than x, but we know that the fact is that x and y are equal. So here I will go below the if statement, and then I'll go and use elif, and elif condition is that, say for example y equals x, then I want to print, so I should use this colon, and we should start the program one more time. So suppose we have x and y assigned, and then this is the condition, and then I have the print statement. And suppose if we have such type of problem, in those cases what we can do, that we can go and run these programs as a script. Okay, so let's go back and give the elif condition, say elif y equals to x, and then I want to print. So what exactly we are doing here is that x and y are same value, correct? So this program will run. First of all, it will go and check the condition that is exactly y is greater than x, because this will get become false. Then it will go and check the elif statement, and then it should print the elif statement that we have given here. Okay, so here you can see that x and y are the same value. Let me quickly show you the slides as well. So here you can see that some of the conditions we have in this particular program, the same logic we have used in the programs as well. So for example, I have one program that host name is empty. So if host name configure expression evaluated to true, else if, simply this is showing the else if statement. These strings are big, but I can show you some other example related to else if uh, in the upcoming slide. So let me quickly go and show you the program related to else and if, then it will become easier to understand these logics as well. All of these logics, that whatever we are looking here is mainly focused that how we are doing the programming uh, related to networking devices. So in the first example, here you can see that the host name is empty. Okay, and that's why must be no host name configured expression evaluated to false. So if host name, so you have the host name, but if host name is this, else is this. So because the host name is empty, so it is going and falling into the else statement. Now suppose if host name is not empty, it will go and print the if statement. Okay, so although the program logic is the same, but this program, if you see in first instance, it will seems little bit complex. But again, these are in terms of the say for example networking devices. So what I will do, I will write one logical big program related to else and if statement. So for example, if x equal to 20 and y equal to 10, then I want to put the condition. So we know that our condition is going like this, that if y is greater than x, that this is actually false. So what I will print here, that print say y is greater than x, correct? All right, then again I'll go and put the elif. So I'll go and put the in between statement. See, we have if, and then finally we have else, but in between you can put n number of elif. So what condition now we have is that, for example, I'll go and put if y equal to x. So we are going to put all the three conditions: x is greater than y, x is equal to y, and y is greater than x. So here what I want to print is that let me print, say both are the same, correct? And let me close this. Now the last statement. Again, if you have more number of conditions, you can go and put inside elif, but I want to put the last statement now, that else. If everything, or if you check or examine all the statement, then you can go and use the else print, that x is bigger than or larger than so larger than y. Okay, so let's run this program, and here you can see that first of all it will go and check the first if statement which is not satisfying, then the second elif statement not satisfying, then the final else statement that x is larger than y. And you can see all the variants of the program that we are using here. Okay, so let's come back to the slide, and here you can see that we have the if and else statement, but if you want you can go and add if, elif and else statement, and we have seen the next data type we have list. And list has the significant role in the networking programming related to Python. We have multiple examples related to list when we'll go and write the code for the networking devices. Now here you can see in the example that say for example I have devices and that's representing a list. Now what exactly list is that you have the collection of different type of objects or collection of different type of entities with comma separation, correct? So here you can see that devices and then ASA, Nexus twice, and Catalyst and ASR, again we have the comma in between them, and they are representing the list. Obviously whenever we are going to reference the devices, so all these devices should have some pointer. So for example, it will start with 0, so devices 0 should be ASA, and if suppose if you are coming from the reverse direction, you can go and use devices minus A, that will be the last entity. So I will show you both the thing from start to last or from last to bottom as well, but again we should just understand that network perspective, that from where we can start and from where we can end. And again we have so many different methods that we can go and use inside the list. So for that also I'm going to show you. Now list contains one or more object in the ordered list. A given list can contain one or more data type. There is not required that all elements in a list are the same data type. So that's the important thing, so I highlighted that. Now what we'll do, that will create one list of devices, and then we can go and use different type of inbuilt functions or methods. So for example, append, insert, and pop. You will see in the example that what exactly these methods are doing. So obviously the name say count suggests that how many elements there in the list. Then extend. So if you go and use the extend, I'll show you that we can extend the list. We can do the sorting as well for the list. Even we can go and insert and pop as well. Correct. So let me quickly go and open the IDE that I have. Let's try some examples. So here we are. Let me go and check this. So for example, I have devices and then I can associate with a list. Say I should do like this, ASA and then firewall and then Nexus. I should use the comma separation in between. So I can go and use say comma separation, and then here also I should go and use comma. So like that I can create. Again I'll go and create one more Nexus and then say ACI should use this and DNA, etc. So I have this list. Let me close this. Okay. Now if I go and use say print devices, and then I want to see the reference 0 that I have, I should go and use the correct reference. So we should go and use like this, print, because print is a function. Now you can see that we have the ASA is 0, and then I'll go and put 1. So let me go and put here, say 1. So you can understand that how these lists are referring. I can go and put, say for example, 4 ACI. So starting from 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then we have the DNA as 5 as well. Now if I go and use -1, so reverse type of indexing is also there, correct? Then if I go and use -4, so it is coming to -1, -2, -3, -4, like that. If you're coming from the end to bottom. All right. So we have certain methods as well for lists. So for example, if I want to go and use, say for example, devices and then sort, I can go and use devices sort, and I should go and print. So I can go and use, say, devices dot sort function, and let's see. So there is nothing, and I can go and use the other function as well. So let me start with the other functions. Say print. I'll come to this sort function as well. I want to use print and then the devices, and then let's start with append. What I want to append here is that any other number 3800, I should use this cat 3800, correct? All right, and it is showing me the error because I should use the keyword that is append. Okay, so you can also use these terminologies. Now it is throwing error, so let me quickly go and define first of all the devices. So I have my devices defined. Then I should go and use the function of doing the append. And once I'm doing the append, okay, so it is showing that nothing is returning. And again, if I go and use the devices like this, say print devices, and here you can see this catalyst 3800. So that's the example I want to show you. Let me quickly show you the other examples as well. So now what I want to do, I'll go and append one more time, and again I'll go and print the devices. So here you can see the catalyst twice. Now the list is growing, and now we are adding more and more, correct? Now same way, if I go and insert, so what I want, that I want to insert this catalyst after firewall. So we know that indexing of the firewall is 0 1. So I want to insert something after 0. So how I can do, say after 0 1, after 1. So I can go and use 1 and then comma, and then I can go and print devices. Now you can see here the devices will go and print, and here you can see, say 0 1. It came to place number 1 actually. I should go and use the fourth place now, and then you can see that 0 1 2 3 4. So now it is taking fourth place, but if you want after firewall, so 0, 1, 2 and 3. So I should go and use here number 3, and then if you go and print the devices, you can see it is coming after the firewall. Now same way, if I want to pop, so what I can do, I have this 3800 so many times that I don't want in my list, so I can go and pop. If I go and pop simply, so now you can see that we have popped 3800 three times. Now if I go and print devices, you can see that 3800 is gone, and now it is gone. Again, if I go and pop, you can see even it is telling that what exactly it is popping. Correct. So if I go and pop, say for example 0, 1, 2, 3, and now if I can go and check the devices, so now you can see that my catalyst is getting popped. Correct. So these are the very important, interesting inbuilt functions that we can go and use. Likewise, we can go and use the other function as well. Let me quickly show you the other functions as well. Let me come back here. So what I want here is that I want to use a function called count at this time, and it is showing some error, because what error it is, and we should go and check this, why there is error. So exactly, there should be one argument inside the count itself. So if we go and give the argument, say I want to count the firewall 1, and if we go and add some devices, so if I go and insert 3, 4, and now if I want to count the catalyst, so cat 3800, and here you can see the number of count for catalyst is 4 now. Why? Because 1, 2, 3. Let us understand the concept of dictionary. Now this is again one of the most powerful data type we have inside Python, that we can create dictionary. And what's the key capability we have with dictionary is that it contains one or more items, and it is an unordered list. Remember, we just completed list, and list is something like it's not mutable. The dictionary is unordered list that has key value pair. So what does it mean by key value pair? You have key associated with value. That's the key value pair, means key and value. So k and v. And uh, say this is unordered list. So whatever capabilities we have inside list, although the list is not mutable, dictionaries are mutable, means you can edit, you can change the contents of dictionary. So that is adding the flexibility in the Python programming. Now how it look like? So here you can see that I have one list called fact, where I have a key and value. So key is the host name, value is the nexus, key is the OS, value is 703. Again, if you want to print the host name, that's again the key, and then you can go and give the key and it will associate the value, it will print the value. So let me quickly show you this, and I can show you this, say for example dictionary. I should not use keyword type of variable, so I'll use say dic, and then you can go and use the curly braces. So let me go and use say for example a, and this a, and then I can go and use the value, correct? So this is the key and the value. Let me use the value 10, then I can give the comma, then I can go and use say for example, again I can give a space as well, so I can go and use b, and the value of b is 20. And let me close this. I can go and use say print, and then I know that what I want to print, so but I should go inside the brackets. So let me go and use the bracket, say tick. Now what you want to print inside that? I want to print a, and let's close it. So here you can see that the key is a and the value is 10. Likewise I can go and print b, and that's 20. Suppose if you want to print the dictionary, you can go and print the dictionary, and here you can see that the dictionary is A10 and B20. Like that, we can go and associate host name and the operating system, and it will go and print all those information. Correct? Now, the dictionaries are mutable or can be modified. So we can go and do the modification anytime. We have inbuilt methods as well that we can go and use. Say for example, like update, pop, and get. So let me quickly show you the examples related to update, pop, and get. I have my program running here. So what I can do here, that I can go and I have the dictionary. Inside that dictionary, I can use the keyword, say update. What I want to update here. So I want to update. Let me go and add some updates inside the dictionary. Say for example C, and this C is 30. I should use the 30 also inside this. C is 30, and then I want to give comma, and I want to update say D, and D is say for example 40. So just sake of simplicity, I have used the small numbers of digit, but yeah, again we can go and give any type of example that we have in the slides, like the operating system, the vendor, the host name, etc, etc. Now again, if I go and print the dictionary, you can see now A, B, C, D, it is printing. Correct? Now if you want to pop, again we can go and use the dict dot pop, and it is telling that you need the argument. So what you want to pop, I want to pop for example C. Okay, so I can go here and I can pop C, and you can see that the 30 is gone. So now I have A, B, and D. Okay, we have the get option as well, so I can go and use the TikTok get, and for this also I want to see here that what is inside A10. So likewise we can go and use this. Next we can go and check the keys, values, and items as well. The same way we have checked the other inbuilt method. Here also I can go and check these as well. So let me show you this. Say I have dict keys, and I want to print. See, keys are ABC, that's true, ABD, that's true, and then the values associated with A, B, and D, you can see. Then what items we have, we can go and check the items as well. So you can go and use, you can see here A10, B20, and D40. So this is the way that we can go and play around with the dictionary. Again, if you want to check the dir with tick, we can go and check. And let me show you that also quickly. So I can go use the dictionary, and it will tell you that what functions we have. So these are the functions we have with the dictionary. All right, so let's stop here. Next, we have two important loops to learn. And what's the importance of loop? So for example, we have for loop and while loop. The importance is this, that they can iterate. So at the moment the condition will met, till that point of time it will keep on doing the same thing. And that's the power as well. So suppose if you have to create n number of loopback addresses, and if those addresses are kind of very similar, you can have a loop condition, and then it will go and create n number of loops one by one. So that's the thing, that if you want repetition, then we can go and use the loops and the conditions. Now we have for loop and we have while loop. Better that we can understand these conditions and loop with certain examples. So here you can see on your slide deck that we have an example. For example, networking devices. Networking devices, say uh, devices having a list of ASR, ASA, Nexus, Catalyst, and I want to print all these devices one by one. So for that I can go and write a script. So I can go to the Python here, and then let me make some more space here so you can also see it properly. So let's write the program, and this program will have the condition for loop. So inside devices I have all these networking devices, and these networking devices that we have, I can go and give the networking devices. Let's put ASR, then ASA for example, then Nexus, and then finally I can go and put the Catalyst. Now once I have all these devices, then I can go and put the for loop, that's the condition. So for item in devices, and then what I want to do. So I want to print, and again in 3.8.1 you have a print function. So what we want to print, that we want to print is that devices type is, and we can go and give the format. So let me close this and dot, and then format item, correct? So once we have this program, and if we go and print this, you can see that device type is, again I haven't given this space here, so I should give a space after is and these parentheses. So device type is ASR, ASA, Nexus, and Catalyst. Again, let me quickly show you this, that devices, and then I should go and give the condition, and then I should give this space here, and then you can see the output. Because of the for loop, one by one the loop will go and print different statements, correct? So this is one of the use we have with the for loop. What we can do next here is that I can exit. I can show you some realistic example here. So suppose I have one file called inventory. Inside that I have these IP addresses stored. Now if I can go here to the inventory, I can show you this. I have these statements, and I should not have any blank space, so I can go up and yep. Let me save here. Let me go up. So I have this inventory, and what I want to write one loop here for loop, where I want to put certain conditions. So what are the condition I want to put? That is, say if that's the file, open the, say, inventory. So we have the inventory, and this inventory I want to put inside the for loop. I want to print all these IPs one by one. So for IP in F, that's a condition, and this IP, again I should use the same wording here. So IP in F, and then IP. What I want to do with this IP is IP dot strip function. It will go and remove all the white spaces that we have after the 111 and then 222, etc. Then what I want to do here, that I want to print. So what I want to print here is that these loop back IP, get it. You can give any notation, and then what we should do here, that I can go and put the argument, that's the IP. All right, so we are very much good here. Let's go and run this f.py, and here you can see these loopback IP, get it, 111, 222, 333. So these are the use cases related to the for condition. Let's stop here, and next section will go and discuss about the while condition as well. In the similar fashion, we can go and learn the while loop as well. And here you can see that while loop that will go and iterate over object until the given condition. So let me quickly go and show you lab related to while loop. So let me open my automation engine. I can go and go to the Python 3. What I can do here, say x equals to 1, and then I can go and put the condition. So while x is less than say 10 or maybe 11, then what I want to do here is that whenever we are giving condition, we should give the colon. So what I want to do here is that I want to do some print. So let me go and print the x, and here you can see. Now here you can see that the print is not coming outside. So this is something called infinite loop, because if you see this program, you'll find that we are writing one condition where x equal to 1, and then uh, while x is less than 6, print I. So I am not giving the condition that the x will go and reach to 10 or 11. Okay, so again let me quickly show you that what exactly I'm telling. So suppose I am giving say x equal to 1, that's okay. Then I'm giving say while x is less than 11, and then I am printing say print x. But while going outside from this loop, I should give x equal to x plus 1, because then x will never reach to 11, and that's why the loop will go infinitely. So now you can see that it is going and printing 1 2 3 4 5 up to 10, correct? Now we can go and give the break statement as well in this. So break statement means that suppose your x is 1, and when x equal to 5, you want to exit from the loop. So again I can go and give the condition while x is less than 11, and I want to print as well. So for example, print the x, that's okay. But now I want to give certain condition. So at this point of time, what I want, that say if x equals to 5, and I should go and let me give this one more time. And let's say we should write all these things in a script. So x is less than 5, I want to print the x, and then I'm giving x equal to 5. Then what I want to do, I want to break. So here let me break, and once I break, obviously I want to do the increment as well. So I want to do the increment as x equal to x plus 1, correct? So now you clearly can see here that you are assigning a variable, say x equal to 1, and then here you can see that while x So we have the condition for x, but at the moment the x will reach to 5, it will go and break. And again we should increment because x will start with 1, then it will become 2, 3, 4, 5. So here you can see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At the moment it will go and reach 5, it will go out. Alright, so this is the example related to while loop. Functions are very important in any programming language, either it's a C, C++ or Java, because functions they are giving us power. Functions they are giving us capability that we can go and call those functions. So what we can do, that we can have a block of code in a function, and then we can reuse those functions time by time and time by time. That's the key we have with the functions. So we need not worry to define all the coding or programming steps all the time. Rather than we can call the functions. So suppose if you have big program, obviously anything will start with a main function or main. Inside main, you can have many subroutines or many sub functions. So functions within functions are also possible, correct? So what I'm going to show here is that how you can define your own function and then how you can pass the argument inside the function. We have n number of inbuilt functions as well. So many functions and a use case we have already seen. So for example, a few of the examples are say length, type, dir and help. So dir and help already and type also we have already used earlier. These are the inbuilt functions, and again they are again the program that will be reused or called inside any other program. So we have certain examples. Let me show you the examples. So for example, devices, a list of devices having R1, R2, R3. Then if you go and use a function called length devices, so it will tell you that how many devices you have here, correct? So for example, I have, let me go and do this. All right, seems my automation tool is paused. So meanwhile, my automation tool is not working. I'll go and use the ID that I have installed inside the Windows machine. Now here I can go and define the say devices, and these devices are the list. So let me go and create the list as well. So we have, suppose I'll go and create long list, and inside that list I'll go and put R1, R2, R3, etc. So I have R1, R2, R3, R4 and R5. Okay. Then if I go and use the length function for devices, it will give me the length of 5, correct? Then again, suppose if I have a host name and with the string, so let me give the string say stcrtr001133. Any number I can use here. And then again, if I go and use the length and the host name, so it will give the length of that particular host name, correct? Now these are the inbuilt functions that we can use. What about if we want to use our own function? So what does it mean? That we can go and define our own function. So for example, define the get VLANs, and inside that what we'll do, that we'll create a VLAN list. In that list I have 10, 20, 40, 50, 60, these VLANs. Okay. Now if I go and do the return for VLAN list, correct? Now finally, what I can do here is that I can define a VLANs and then I can use the function. Inside that function what we have, inside that function, so now this VLAN is assigned to get VLANs, correct? Now if I go and print the VLANs, so here you can see the output is 10, 20, 40, 50 and 60. So that's one example that we can go and define the function, and then we can call that function inside that, correct? So here you can see that the function that we are defining is without any argument. If you want to define any argument, you can do that. So here you can see that we have the VLAN exist VLAN ID. VLAN ID is something that we are passing the argument. Now VLAN list is this, return VLAN ID inside VLAN list, and if you want to check that VLAN exists 5 and 11, they are not in the list. If they are in the list, true condition will come. If they are not in the list, false condition will come. Okay, so that's actually very much about the function, that you can go and create the function. You can reuse the function anywhere in the code. You can pass the argument as well inside the function. And again, you can go and create multiple type of programs related to functions as well. So let me quickly show you this example as well that we have, and then we'll stop. So let's pass the argument inside the function and check that how it will work. So define the VLAN that exists, and inside that we have the VLAN ID, and inside that what we can define is a VLANs list. I'll use the same program that we have, but inside that I can use say 10, 20, 30, 50 and 70, etc. Correct. So this is the VLAN list I have. Now what I want to return here, return the VLAN ID, because we want to pass the argument in VLANs list. Correct. Now we can go and check. Say VLAN exists because this is the function. So VLAN exists, and then if I give 10, 10 is not defined. So we should have the correct naming, otherwise obviously it will go and throw an error. So VLAN ID, let's quickly verify this. So VLAN ID underscore ID, VLAN underscore ID we are giving here. Then VLANs list, VLANs list, that is also correct. Then they should come here. So I should go ahead and check VLAN exists, say for example 20. It is showing an error. It is telling that stdi in line 1 in module, line 2 in module. Let us discuss that in Python how we can work with files. And again, it is very important, and we have discussed this in our last section, that we can go and store certain things or certain configuration in the file. Now we have the permission either read or write. We have some other permissions as well, but mainly read and write permissions are important. So what we can do, that we can go and read those lines, we can store somewhere, and then as required we can call inside the program. And those type of programs you will see later on, where I want to compare, for example, I have one master copy for SNMP configuration, then I want to log into n number of devices, and I will check that those n number of devices, are they missing some SNMP configuration. So those type of comparison, and once you do the comparison, then you can even commit those lines as well. So those type of labs will come into in the future when we'll do the networking based Python related automation. Here, just to understand that how the file and processing is working, here you can see in the example that you can store inside config this vlan.cfg in read format. Again, inside vlan I can go and store config.read format. So what I have inside the vlan.config, that is that I have the vlan and the name of the vlan. So let me quickly show you this, how this look like. Let me exit from here first. Let me show you that I have my vlans.cfg file. Here you can see that I have VLAN 10, 20, 30 and 40. Now this particular file I'm going to use in my program. How? So I can go and use config equal to open, and inside that I can go and give vlans.cfg. That's the name of the file where I have all the informations related to VLAN, like the name of the VLAN and number. Now what I can do that inside VLANs I can go and do the config for read. So I'm doing the read operation, storing inside the VLAN, and finally I can go and print the VLAN. So here you can see that VLAN 10, 20, 30, 40 with a new line, it is printing. But if you want to print this in a format, so I can go and print this like print VLANs, and then here you can see that this is the file that we are reading and then we are printing inside uh, with the VLAN. Correct. So this is the use case that we have with the file operation, either read or write. We can store somewhere and then we can call a number of times inside the program. Okay. So just for your reference, if you even we can go and check the dir for the config, so class, attribute, stock, enter, exit, format, etc. All right, so just focus on this particular example, and in upcoming session, in upcoming lab, we have some more examples related to how we are going to read and what's the practical usability when we are going to do the configuration inside the network devices. We'll see in the upcoming lab sections. This section I'm going to cover CCNP Enterprise Automation course. This is the section 4 here. You can see that in that particular course, CCNP Enterprise Automation, this is section 4. And the content you can see below. Now, if you see this content, you'll find that what Cisco is expecting in this particular course, in this particular section is that first of all, you should have fair understanding of with the API, what we can achieve. So we have to understand that what type of APIs we have, what are the capabilities we have with those API, and then follow up with few of the examples. So few examples related to using those APIs to do certain management task or do some sort of troubleshooting or do some sort of configuration, correct? So here you can see that up to 4.1 up to 4.2d, we should understand the API, their build structure, etc. And then we have section 4.3 where we can understand the outbound webhook and this webhook APIs and this webhook services we have not only in DNA, but this is there in SD-WAN as well. Then in 4.4, you can see that various management tasks such as using intent-based APIs, what type of things we have, we will check that in this section. Command runner, site API, and then you can see that section 4.5, it is dealing with the discovering of the devices and how you can push the template to the devices. So basically related to template-based APIs. Correct. And finally, inside 4.6, you can see that do we have APIs that can help us to do the troubleshooting, to do some sort of maybe path tracing. Now, the trace route and path trace feature that we have in DNA are completely different. In DNA, that feature capability that is coming from Epic EM to the DNA center, it's a robust feature. So not only it will go hop by hop, but it will go and check various other things as well, and it will tell you that actually where is the fault. So let's just start with 4.1 where it is telling that compare the traditional versus software defined networking. Now traditional network we know, or the existing network if you have before DNA and then with DNA, like that we can think. So traditional networking and then software defined based networking, what are the differences we have? We know that in a traditional network, although it is managed network, but you don't have any concept related to different or delocalization of data plane and control plane, even the management plane as well. But if you go and log into the router, say any Cisco router, you'll find that you have control plane where you're configuring the OSPF, other control related informations like BGP and other etc. Then you have the actual movement of data. Maybe you have IPsec tunnel in between that the data is moving. That's your data path or data plane. And then traffic related to SNMP, SSH, Telnet, etc. Those are falling inside management plane. But in traditional network, there is no segregation, means everything is inside same switch or same layer 3 switch or maybe router or ASR router or integrated routers, correct? Now the concept here in SDN we have is the decoupling of data plane and control plane. So now you have control plane maybe on-prem or maybe over the cloud. So it can be hosted anywhere, the control plane, and with help of control plane, these data plane devices are getting instruction to forward their traffic. Correct? I have few slides just to show you that. Here you can see that in the traditional network, we have the control and data plane collapsed in same device. But in case of software-defined networking, you are decoupling. So now you have centralized control plane and then you have the data plane. But although we can have mix of both, that's the hybrid. There is one product in Cisco called ACI, Application Centric Infrastructure, and inside ACI, it's not like 100% SDN based solution, but we have this structure called spine and leaf or leaf spine, etc. Now, on those cases, what is happening that still your leaf, they have some sort of control. Although we have the ACI management plane, so suppose I have application centric infra GUI based software from where I can manage the infrastructure, but it's still local devices or edge devices or the leaf devices, they have some sort of control, so they can take their local decision. Now in case of DNA as well, so we have DNA center, DNAC, and with help of DNA as well, suppose these are my devices, infrastructure devices, and then it is managed by DNA. Now DNA has two flavor. One is SDA, software defined access. That's the concept of fabric. Or you can manage your devices, you can manage your traditional devices, and that is part of non-SDA. So your existing network you can discover inside DNA, and then you can manage with help of DNA. That you can think as a hybrid, means some sort of manageability you have from DNA, not some sort of, but actually you can do everything in the non-SDA fabric as well. So discover the devices and rest of the thing like pushing the configuration, doing the plug and play, doing the path trace, doing the inventory management, RMA, complete API based solution. Everything you can go and do from the DNA itself, correct? So that was the difference between the traditional and the SDN based solution. Obviously, we have advantages, and nowadays you will see every company is moving from their traditional network to the SDN based solution. We can see that section 4.2 is going to deal mostly with the theory. So let's start with section 4.2. First of all, describe the features and capabilities of Cisco DNA Center. And subsequently, we have to understand about the Network Assurance API, Intent API, multi-build support, events and notifications. Correct? So let's go through one by one and let's check first of all the features and capabilities of DNS Center. Now, DNS Center is a big platform, and we know that the evolution of DNS Center, there are so many things behind this DNS. So first of all, we have Epic EM, and whatever good thing inside Epic EM that has been already there inside the DNA, and now DNA is keep adding the new features into it. Correct. So one of the nice thing we have with the DNS Center is that we can do each and everything with respect to the APIs. So here you can see that the capabilities that DNS Center has, it's a combined, complete solution, combined in terms of that we can go and integrate with the policy engine. That's the Cisco ICE. So here you can see the ICE. We have full automation capability. Analytics is inbuilt inside that. Then we can go and integrate with Cisco Umbrella. We can go integrate with the Stealthwatch. With respect to ICE and DNA, it can learn. So we have the Pixie Grid feature inside the ICE, and with that, DNA Center can learn the contextual information, and according to those information, it can run their algorithm with respect to artificial intelligence or machine learning, and then it can provide the solution. Correct. So inside DNS Center itself, there are correlation engines, there are multiple different sub processes that can analyze a particular event and provide the result. While using this DNS Center, you can see here that it has the adapter. So you can see that we have the intent based infrastructure DNS Center, and then it's open for different integration either with Cisco, other product like ICE, Stealthwatch, Umbrella, Cisco SD-WAN, etc., or it can be integrated with non-Cisco um, vendors as well, like Aruba or Juniper, etc. Correct. So that's the true power we have with the DNA. And in this slide, you can see the summary that what are the things and capabilities we have with the DNA. So we can go first time in, I think in any Cisco SDN solution, that we can go and integrate the SDN solution with the IT automation engines like ITSM, um, live actions are there, W is there, all those info blocks and other integrations are there. So we can completely automate the IT process, correct? So whatever IT process automation we have, like Snow or ServiceNow engine we have, that can be integrated inside that. So what does it mean? It means that if any event will trigger inside the DNA, automatically one ticket will get created to ServiceNow, and inside that ticket all the steps will be involved. So check step number 1 with these commands, step number 2 with these commands, step number 3 4 with these commands, and finally if you are not able to resolve, then you have uh, the contact, means Cisco contact number will be there. You can go and raise a ticket, correct? So those type of things will be there in the integration. Then you can see that it has the business intent APIs that we can go and manage entire software inventory, network device discovery. We have the read based command runner APIs. We have the template runner programs. We can go and virtualize the branches, plug and play, troubleshooting. There are good amount of business or intent based APIs are there. If we use those API in proper manner, that means we can drastically reduce the operational cost, and we can enhance the troubleshooting capabilities. Then you can see that we have the third party integration as well, like we can integrate with Meraki, Stealthwatch, Cisco ACIs, etc. And it is supporting third party SDKs as well. So in short, that DNS Center has full capability that it can be integrated either with Cisco or non-Cisco vendors. It has full API support, everything we can program, and with a script it can provide you the solution. And then it can be integrated with IT automation processes as well. Correct. So these are the capabilities we have with the Cisco DNA. Let's stop here, and in next section we'll go inside section 4. Actually, we'll go inside subsections of 4.2, and we'll go and check different type of APIs and features. This particular recording, after that we have 3 videos. Here you can see that we have DNAC API part 1, DNAC API part 2, and then your first lab related to API, DNAC first lab API, where you will understand the integration of DNA and the script, Python script. So those are going to follow here, correct? I'm going to cover section 4.2 A and B. First one is the network assurance API, and then the intent based API. So this video and upcoming 3 videos are quite important, that will build your fundamental, your basic knowledge, that how exactly how these APIs are working inside DNA. First of all, you can see the assurance workflow. So once your DNA is up and ready, then you discover the devices, you do the designing and provisioning. And in design, again, there are so many things like setting the site, setting the global network configuration settings, creating the network profiles, authentication, etc. And then in provisioning, you are assigning those devices to the site, and then if we have certain templates, you are pushing those templates, so they are ready. They are day and ready devices managed via the DNA. And then the telemetry feature will kick on, and your devices are ready for the assurance, correct? Obviously there is a separate assurance engine we have inside DNA. Inside the same dashboard, you have the assurance option from where you can go and check the network devices health and other stuffs. So if I can go quickly here, and if I can go back to the DNA. So let me quickly go back to the DNA center, where I can show you that you have the assurance tab, and then you can see that you have the health. You can go and check the overall network client and application. These fields you have, and these are actually in detail. You can go in detail. Multiple labels are there. You can go deep inside the detail about the devices, their trending, their failures, their tickets. Each and everything will get from here. Coming back to our slides. And then just I told you that we have the follow-up 3 videos after this. So go complete those videos. If you have the lab setup, actually in this third video from here in the list, I have shown that how you can go and use the lab as well, from where you can get the lab and the credential, and you can try your first lab at your home in your laptop or PC. So go for it, complete these, and then we'll go and check the multi-vendor support and events and notification before moving to section 4.3. Now coming back to DNA RESTful API, here you can see first of all the overall structure of DNA, where in bottom you have intent-based infrastructure, where you have the endpoint devices and all IT related devices, correct? Then we have the DNA Center, that's the software that is going to glue the intent-based infrastructure and the open platform. Now, when we are talking about open platform, that means you can go and uh, integrate with so many different type of open available softwares. Obviously that will increase the agility, and that will overall that will increase the performance of DNA in terms of when we are using all of the capabilities. So obviously the total cost of ownership will get reduced. The overall end-to-end network optimization plus visibility will get very much improved. Now here you can see that we have integration with the IT uh, management tools, say for example ITSM, IPAM, Infoblox, etc. Third party integration is there. We can go and connect with the SD-WAN, ACI, security, Stealth Watch. Those are used inside the security monitoring. But even Stealth Watch is doing more than that. Even Stealth Watch can take the input and send somewhere for further analysis or other stuffs as well. So, but overall, we have the integration with other domain, cross domain as well. But where is the intent? Now, intent you can see an intent based API you can see on the top, where you have the business and network intent, where we have the application, policy, assurance, plug and play topology, wireless provisioning, network discovery, software management, etc. So the list is long, and here we are using the API. At this point of time, we know that when we are using a RESTful API, obviously we are doing HTTPS call, and the methods are, say, get is something like show command, means you are getting the output or result. Post if you want to create a new object. Put if you want to update object. Delete means if you want to delete any object. Okay, so means the important thing here is to understand that whatever technology we have, either it's a ACI or SD-WAN or DNA, every year you'll find that same type of a structure is has been used for RESTful API. So once you understand the API and the calls, then that is applicable for all the cross network domain or all the other domains where this API, RESTful API, is going to be used. Now again, if we use this approach, overall uh, cost of ownership will reduce, the optimization for network will improve, and again we can add, or we can have new capabilities in the network. How we can do that? I'll show you. I'll log into the DNA and I'll show you that where you'll get it. But if it is a new installation, you can go to the software update. So here you can see that we can go to software update, and then we can go and install the software update. Here in the bottom you can see that we have the updates. Now once you do the installation, then you should go and enable the DNS Center REST API. Once you enable DNS Center REST API, then you can go to the development toolkit. Inside development toolkit, you can see now you have the get, post, put, all those methods. Suppose if you want to check the health of the network or health of the devices, so this particular first API get site health, it will give you the health of site, return overall health information of all the site. So once you do this get method, means you want to see This is something like show command. If you want to see that health of the network, you can go there, click run, and then it will go behind the scene. This particular API will run, and you will get the output. So here, in case you can see that you are going to use this REST API, where you have the DNA intent API version 1 network devices, and then you will go and as per the query you will get the result. Now while you're getting the result, if the code is 200, that means successful. And likewise, you have all the codes here. So for example, 403, that means server recognizes the authentication, but client is not authorized to perform the request. So likewise, we have all these um, success code, or the messages. A success code is 200, but suppose if you are running the API, and how could you know that which particular state you are in? So if you go and check these codes, you'll come to know that up to which particular point you have any issue related to REST API. All right, again, so here you can see the model schema for the API, and you can go and click run, and you will get the output in the JSON format, but again you can convert the output as per the desired. All right, so let's stop, and next section I'll log into DNA and I'll show you that where you will find this API. All right, so let me show you that how you can go and verify any of the API. So once I log in inside the DNA, here you can see the dashboard, and it's quite robust. You can go deep inside the DNA dashboard and you can see so many things here. So what we want to do here, that first of all, let me show you that where you'll get the information about the API. So here you can go to the document section. Here you can see that you have the API references. You can open this particular page and you can get the information about the API. Let me open this and let me show you this particular page, that once you open how it look like. So here you can see that developed by DevNet, and then you can go and see the intent based APIs, and there's so many revisions and you can learn a lot from this place, correct? So you have the STA APIs, how it is going to work, what are the methods we have like post, get, put, delete, etc. Each and everything you can go and understand from here in detail. So this is the documentation page for the DNA API. All right, so let me walk you through that. If you are doing this first time, from where you have to go to enable it, and then how to use it. So for that reason, you can go and check the platform. Once you are inside the platform, here you can see that you have the bundle. Now in the bundle, you can see bundles are easy to use feature set for consuming intent-based API. So if you go and click there, now here you can see that suppose your API, REST API is not active. So what you have to do, you'll get one button called enable. You can click there and it will get enabled. So for example, ITSM service now is not enabled, and other integrations are also, you can see that not enabled, but our RESTful API is enabled. If it is not, you can go and click enable it. Now once you do the enablement, then on the top you can see that you have the manage bundles and configuration. You can just go and verify the configuration as well. But if you want to check the REST API, so for that you have to go inside the developer toolkit. Here you can see that you have the developer toolkit and API. You can go there and then you will get the RESTful API related to authentication, know your network, site management, connectivity, operation task, policy, etc. So suppose if I go here and click know your network, and inside know your network you can go and check the site, topology, device, clients, user, etc. Then site management, you can go and check the site management related stuffs. In policy you can go and check the policy related stuffs. Again, you can see the color coding is also there, and that's true for all these methods in most of the API runner. So for example, SD-WAN, we have Swagger, where we are running the APIs. So here you can see that the green arrows for get and then put and then post and delete is red. Okay. So what I want, suppose I want to know my network, and say for example, if I go to topology, inside topology, I want to know that what type of VLANs I have. So here you can see this particular API will run. Let me go back. So here you can see that you have this get the VLAN. You can go and click here to this blue get VLAN detail, or you have three dots. You can go here and then try it. Both is okay. You can go to any of the place and click it. So now you can see that the public URL, and you want to run this API, and success code is 200, that means correct, and then you are getting the response. So all the VLAN in your infrastructure you are able to get from here. If I go and click here also, so here you can see that this is the API, and again it is telling all these codes that we have seen earlier. Then here you can see that route map option response and version. So here you have little bit much more output, and that is adding the model schemas as well. Now again, if you run, it will go and reach to this place, and you'll get the output. Okay, so this is the way that we can go and execute the API, and we can go and check all different methods as well. Let us check about our lab. So the lab you can go and use Cisco sandboxes. Here you can see the URL, username and password. Two sandboxes are there: sandbox dnac cisco.com, sandbox dnac2 cisco.com, and you can see the username and password. Devnet user is the username and the password. Now this is the lab, and we are going to run our APIs with respect to this lab. Plus, when we built our post related APIs, we built our delete related APIs, then I will use private sandbox, a private lab, and at that time I will show you that the lab topology and other stuffs. All right, so now we are ready for our first program, and that is related to authentication API. Now what is happening that, suppose if you're running the APIs for certain task, at that time you need some sort of authentication token, means you are the valid user or you are the valid API user. Once you have that token, then using that token, that will be associated with other API, other task related APIs, and we can execute certain task. Correct? So I'm going to show you this post method, that how you can go and get the tech token. I am going to show you the token as well, that how with the program we are going to generate and get the token. Now in upcoming sections, we have to learn and execute so many different tasks, such as site management APIs, know your network APIs like client, your devices, client sites, etc. We have the command runner, template runner APIs as well, discovery APIs, connectivity APIs, etc. So long list of APIs are there that we have seen in earlier videos, and in the upcoming section we are going to learn about that. Now for lab 1, or for the first program that we are going to execute now, what are the things we have? What are the programs we have in this program? Now you will find that we have actually three different type of Python program. So one file I will show you, config.py, or you will see that I am going to use a env underscore lab.py. Basically, this will be one small Python program where I have stored the DNAC URL, the username, password, port number, etc. Now, this is a variable file, and suppose if I'm going to use this variable file, so suppose this is the first program, and second program, obviously I have the library, API or library Python program. I will show you that. The library name is dnac underscore API dot py, correct? And third thing that we have is the main program, correct? So main program. Now connecting program number one, program number two, program number three, we will execute a certain task, correct? So what I was telling about that program number one, that is the config or environment lab, env lab dot py, that this will be your variable. So you are not going to do any change inside your library program. You are not going to do changes inside your main function. Means obviously you have to generate and develop your program. But once you develop your program, then if you are running those program, what is the reference? Which particular DNA you want to run? You want to run with respect to sandbox 1, you want to run with respect to sandbox 2, or you have any private or enterprise lab or network, correct? So that's the thing here, that's the scalability here, that the environment lab, we have to change the variables, and once we change the variable, then the library and the main functions will be as it is. Now in future, if we have the library, so suppose in future, if we have a new task, correct? So suppose if I have new task, then you can write your program. I'll write PR as a program, and then that program will point to the library. So that means inside the library, I have to go and create new function like function 1, function 2, etc. And then in the program, well, the program will go and call that particular function inside the library. Correct. So you can see the reference point here, that you have something called the variable, and then the variable is referenced inside the program, and program is referenced by the functions inside the DNAC API or the library. Correct. So let me quickly show you the program first, and then we'll go and proceed according to that. So here we have the program, and here you can see that I have my main program. What this main program is doing, that although it's a small program here, and inside this small program, let me take the drawing tool here. Let me take a pen here. Yep. So here you can see that I'm importing certain packages. So import datetime, time, request, JSON, URL library, all these functions or all these packages that I'm importing is not required for this particular program. Okay, but what we need to import the URL library, and from request.auth, the HTTP basic auth, and again from URL library 3 exception, import insecure request warning. Otherwise, whenever you run the program, it will generate some sort of certificate errors, correct? And then finally, so what important things we are importing here? Let me clear the drawing. So we are importing, very important thing here is the DNAC APIs, line number 15. And then we are importing the DNAC URL. You can say URL, the password and the username. That's the line number 16 from one of the function, one of the Python program, that is environment underscore lab, env underscore lab, correct? Now you can see the main body here. So the main body here, it's get the token. So DNAC auth is the name, and this DNAC underscore auth is calling something from the DNAC API. So you can see that DNAC underscore APIs is my library Python program. It's a big program. From there, we are calling one function, that is get underscore DNAC JWT token, and then we are printing that token. And that's the whole idea about this particular program, is that we want to print the token. So you can see the program itself is only of 2 lines, but you can see the overall structure of the program, where we are importing certain packages or functions, then we are defining the main function. Inside the main body, we are writing our sub function or subroutines, and then finally we are closing the main function. Correct. And this is the overall structure of the program we have. Now what we can do, that we can go and refer the other programs. So let me quickly show you the variable that we have, that we are calling actually. So that name is environment lab. And now here you can see that the DNAC user, the port, username, URL, password. And suppose if in future I will use some private lab section, so here you can see this is my private lab section credentials that I will use in upcoming sections as well. And because we have used this comment here, that means they are not used. Means in Python, if you use this pound symbol, that means they are not used inside the program. And then finally, we are referring our main function. This is the library function, and you can see this is a big, so many lines are there, but again, we will learn understand this in future more and more. So we have already understood the import functions that we have, and then you can see that we are calling this function, and in this function we have the API for the token. Correct. So let me highlight those things. Let me scroll a little bit down, and let's check the API related to authentication token. So the API related to authentication token is API system v1 auth token, that was there in the slide as well. Then we have the header, and then we have the response where we are using the post method, and that's the key. So we have different methods like get, put, post, and delete. So we are using this post method, and from the response, so you can see that from the response we are taking only that field related to token, and then it is returning the token. So this is one of the classical example that how we can build a function with argument. So what's argument we have? The argument we have is the DNAC underscore auth. Correct. So now this is the execution time. I can go here, and my code is inside this particular folder. So simply I can go and run that code. And what's the program name we have? The program name is get token py. So I can go and use get token py. So let me write that. And now behind the scene the query is happening, and we are getting the valid token. Now this token is belonging to which particular sandbox? You can see here the sandbox is sandbox DNAC, correct? And suppose if I make this 2, and if I go back to the program, because that is the different sandbox, so now you can see that this time it will generate a different token because this is belonging to different sandbox, correct? You can see how easy this is, but there are so many baby steps involved here, and this is the same way that in future we are going to build our programs, correct? So let's just stop here. In 4.2c, we need to understand the DNAC multi-vendor support. So what does it mean? Now we can think like this, okay, the enterprises we have at this moment, all those enterprise network, they don't have 100% Cisco devices, correct? So enterprises may run non-Cisco product like Juniper, Iowa, HP, etc. There are so many other vendors as well, correct? Now since your DNA is single source of truth, that means from the DNA we are managing the IT infrastructure. So what will be the use case, or how we are going to manage the non-Cisco devices? And that's the answer we have with help of multi-vendor support. So with help of multi-vendor support means that DNA can download some sort of packages for other vendors, and with those packages DNA can manage different like non-Cisco product. Here you can see two examples. HCL, what they have done, they have done the automated provisioning of HP switches and third-party devices using Cisco intent-based API, PNP, plug and play, and multi-vendor support. Wipro, They created app policy through Cisco DNA Center to prioritize the critical application using the intent-based policy APIs. And there are some other examples as well where we can go and we can manage the non-Cisco products with the DNA. Now, what are the features we have? So suppose it's not like that we have all the features that we have in the DNA supported to Cisco devices that can be supported to non-Cisco devices. But you can see the list of features that is supported after 1 to 5. They are discovery. So we can discover the non-Cisco devices first. Inventory, we can see inventory list. So when we go inside the inventory list, we can find that yeah, inside the inventory, we have those non-Cisco devices listed. We can go and check the topology. We have the topology view, that feature that we have in DNA for Cisco devices we have there. Then assurance is also supported. So with help of SNMP polling, it can give you CPU, memory, temperature informations. And finally, we can run some basic command runner um, commands as well. So with the help of command runner API, we can go and execute certain basic commands in a non-Cisco product. So these features are supported. If you want to know more, you can go and click this link here, and then it will redirect you towards Cisco DevNet, and you have this multi-vendor SDK. Once you are inside the multi-vendor SDK, you can see that you have the download nodes. So SDK for Linux, SDK for Windows, etc. And then you will get the guide as well, means once you download those packages, then how you can go and utilize it. So have a look on this reference document. In case if you have non-Cisco devices, you can manage from DNA as well. We know that DNA has capability to do the integration with ITSM or management tools. It can do the integration with the webhook servers as well. So we can send the event and notifications to the webhook server. And then once we have the integration, I'll show you that we have various listed notification and events that we can subscribe, we can send to webhook servers. Correct. So apart from ITSM, that's the IT automation, or you can say that that's the IT management tool. And again, in ITSM, we have the CMDB integration as well. So that means that entire inventory that we can see inside DNA, that can be synchronized, or that can be synced with the CMDB, and the tickets and the priorities that we are getting inside DNA, again, those can be reflected inside the ITSM tool. Correct. That's the one aspect of DNA integration with IT automation or IT management tools. The other aspect is that the integration with events and the notification webhook external servers. Now this new capability, new feature we have in Cisco SD-WAN as well. There also you can integrate with webhook, that I will show you in a while. Now, if you go and check the history of monitoring, so now you can see in the screen that generation one we have ping accept expect, and then the syslog. Syslog is still we are using. Still we are using SNMP get SNMP trap method for polling versus alerting. But what is there in the next generation alerting? In next generation alerting, we are using, or we have that option to use API based monitoring, and that's nothing but the webhook. It's lightweight and it's faster than SNMP, because we know that what are the things we have, what are the hurdles we have the with the SNMP. It has some timestamp sampling, etc. Means after few interval, it is running this polling. SNMP polling will happen, and then you will get the information. Or maybe if timers are set in terms of SNMP, so we are not able to get the real time events. Although in other hand, with the API and the webhooks, we can go and get the real time alerts. Now how we can go and do the integration, what are the steps? So again, you can see here the API plus webhook. So API based of a webhook, how we can do. That's actually inside 4.3. So implement Cisco DNA Center event outbound webhook. So Let me log into the DNS Center and let me show you all those steps. Inside DNS Center, we will go and check that. So let me log into dashboard. We are inside a dashboard where you get the option. This is a little bit older version, but it will also do the same work. So let me show you that. This version is, let me show you 133x. And what you can do that you can go to, I can show you inside the platform as well. But you can go to the settings. So let me go to the system settings. Once you are inside the system settings, go to the settings. And inside the settings, you can see that you have events and subscription. Once you are inside the events and subscription, then you can see that we have the list of events related to WLC was rebooted, power supply. These are the events that is already there. And you can see the subscribe column, it's everything is not subscribed, not subscribed. And even you can see the name, and we can go and check these events one by one. So let's take any one event here that we want to subscribe and we want to send to the external webhook server. Correct. So for example, interface flapping on network devices. Correct. So now it is telling that it is not subscribed. You can go and click, select this and go click subscribe, and then it will give you some more information. So the subscription details that you want to fill, I can go and give network flap as a name. Subscription type, you can see the REST API, RESTful API method will get used here. Then select an existing endpoint or create a new endpoint. Yes, new endpoint. This is for network endpoint, endpoint description, and then the URL. So I need to put the webhook URL. Let me copy my webhook URL and paste here. And my webhook URL. You can also go and check hook.io, and they're providing the webhook uh, external services. We can go and install the microservices over there. All right. Trust certificate, no. HTTP method, post, yes. Authentication, no. Auth. Header and other fields, we can leave it. Click subscribe. Now once I subscribe this, then you can see that network. Okay, so this is not that I have subscribed. Let's go. So here you can see that we have this interface flap on network devices that is subscribed. And let me show you detail about this particular method, this particular event. So here you can see that active subscriptions, count and instances, and we can go here. That's the same thing. If you want to edit it, we can go ahead and edit, but we don't want to edit. Let me close this and let me show you the event details. So once I go inside the event detail, you can see that a port interface is flapped on a switch. This is the event ID. The namespace is assurance, subdomain category, the DNA event link you can see with the instance ID, the version, domain, type, severity, node, etc. Now, if you want to see the detail about this particular event and all, so here you can see that detail about this model. So the type, event source, the assurance issue, priority, etc. And then the REST schema. Here you can see the REST schema as well. And we have subscribed that. You can see how easy this is to configure and this is to subscribe. And we have given our webhook destination as well. Like that, you can go and check all these methods that we have, all these actually events here, and you can get the detail as well. Now for these particular events that you have here, if you want to do any modifications in this, then in that case you have to go inside the platform. Once you are inside the platform, then you can go and check the manage and configurations, and then you can see that you have the event setting. Now event setting related to network flap. So here you can see that now we have so many network. So let's just scroll this, and you should have interface flapping on network device or anything, just to showcase this. So you can go here, interface flapping on network devices, and you can see the type, category, severity, the workflow is incident. You can go and click edit, and then we have the option to edit that. So let me scroll up. Let's just see that where, see inside that event. So once selected, and you can see uh so many things are there. So let me go back. I want to cancel this, and let me go back here and let me show you this one more time. But meanwhile, you can see here that these events settings are only applicable for the ITSM integration use case. For webhook server and destination, click here. So webhook I have already shown you. This is something that when you change the severity, now if you have the ITSM integration, so any of these events, when it will go and synchronize with ITSM, so those priority you will see here in the ITSM tool. You can see there, okay? So for example, fabric device connectivity border overlay, if this event will get triggered from DNA to ITSM, it will show you the severity as a 2. That's the high priority, correct? Now, if you want to change those priority and also, we always have options. So here you can see that we are in this particular line, and we can go and check here the priority. Let me scroll down. Say for example, I'll make this 4. It's not advisable. And then you can see the info. So the device connectivity border overlay, I made this as a info, and severity is 4. This is the incident, problem, event, RFC, etc. And then we can click save here. But this is the synchronization with respect to ITSM, correct? And if we have the webhook plus the APIs integrations and all, then here you can see that we have already done that subscription. So we have 2 subscription, one in the top and one we have just now we have done that subscription. And let me show you here. So you can go here, click is already subscribed. If you have any other guy subscription, or if you want, you can take a bunch of events as well, and then you can go and give the name. I'm just giving any random name, but you can go and give the name. If you have any endpoint that you have created earlier, you can go and select. Now you can see that webhook URL and other stuffs are coming. Now the authentication, the method, because initially we have to the post method, so post is coming. If you want to update an object, you can use put, click subscribe, and that's it. Okay, so this is the way that you can edit the events for ITSM. And second thing that you can subscribe these events, and then that will be triggered. So whenever these events will get triggered, the alert, the event notification will go, and you can check those inside the webhook server, correct? All right, so let's stop here. Now we reach to section 4.4, where we have to learn these APIs little bit in detail, and how we can implement, how we can integrate these APIs with Python and other examples. So 4.4, Implement API request for Cisco DNA Center to accomplish network management task related to intent API, command runner, site API. So let's break this section into multiple sections or subsections. So first of all, let's check 4.1 A, B, and C, because here we need to understand these API in terms of management task. And in section 4.5, whatever we are going to understand here in 4.4, we have to go and do the implementation, correct? So what are things we have? We need to understand the intent APIs, the command runner API, and site API. Now, where we can find this inside the DNA? So you can go to the DNA center. This is the latest one. This is 2.1 series 2125, and here you have new menu tab where you can go to the menu, you can go to platform, and then you can go to the developer toolkit where you have the API and can see that the categories. So what categories we are looking for? We are looking for intent based API, command runner API, and site API. These are just few examples, but they are a lot, correct? So here you can see that intent, and if I scroll down here, you can see that you have the intent, get the site count, get the site, correct? Get the site health, and likewise you can go and check, know your network, then you will get sites topology, etc., then site management, then connectivity, operational task, policy, etc. Although these things we have discussed earlier. Now if you want to check the number of sites in this particular DNA, so DNA is managing response is 3, so it is managing only 3. Let's check the site name. So we can go and check. So what are the information it will give you? Site ID, type, offset limit, etc. But we are looking for site name. And here you can see that you have one global. That's the site name hierarchy. And then you can go and check inside that you have the location, Luxembourg. Then you have the namespace. Then you have the Lux. But these things I will show you later on, that we can go to our program, and from our program with our Python program we'll get these list of information. We are getting this information in JSON format, but we can convert that format. It's up to us. You want output in a text or the CSV or JSON, it's up to us. Likewise, if you are looking for VLAN details, you can go and check that VLAN details. So running these APIs is not a big thing from here. The problem here is this, that with help of DNA based this API tool, if you need information, if suppose if you need information in a way that one API will get connect to other API and other API will get connect to other API, means if you have nesting of API, so one API output may be the input for other API, and that input may be the input of other API, and then finally you are running the API to get the final output, correct? So that means the nesting of API, because we know that's the power of API, that one API can be input for other API, correct? So if you want to do the nesting, or if you want to run the API with certain condition, with for loop or some condition like if else condition or any other condition, then those things are not possible when you're running these API in a flat manner. Means if you go and run this APIs one to one, obviously you get some output, but you will not get the output as in the desired format, correct? So then in that case you have to go and use the programs and all. Finally, you can go and check the command runner. Command runner will give you CLI type of command outputs. So you can go here and you can see these commands are there, and what you can do that selectively. So we have examples related to command runner as well in future, in the upcoming videos, and you will understand more about that. But what this command runner is doing exactly, that you can go here to the provisioning and inventory, for example. Once you are inside the inventory, then you go to any of the device selectively, and then you can see that you have run command. Now this run command, basically whatever output that we are getting here, this is with respect to command runner. You can see command runner. So this is one of the program passed with the device with help of command runner, and then we are getting the output like this. Any command like show, run, or show IP interface, pref, etc. But remember, you will get only the commands related to show, means read command. If you want to do any post, if you have to do any configuration in the standardized format, so for that you can go to the tools and template, and from that their tools and template you can go and create the template, and then you can push the template to the devices, correct? So those things are there. At this point of time, I assume that you fully understand that from where you can go and open your API toolkit or API reference. Now this is the place where you will get a list of all the APIs, and if you want to do basic testing, at least the get related APIs, you can execute from here. But if you are looking for a certain big task, if you're looking for some deployment, implementation and all those things, then you have to build your program, you have to call those APIs, modify those APIs, and then you will get the final output. Great. So those things we will check inside the implementation section, in this section only, but the next half in next video. So you can go and watch the next video where we are going to learn about the implementation of these API with respect to API, DNA API, and the Python integration. In section 4.4b, we have to understand about the command runner API and how we can go and execute or implement this particular API, integrate with Python, and get the results. So let me quickly show you here the command runner program that I have. You can see that first of all we have the import statements that we can go and import various things that we have related to the environment variables. Then if we have any specific functions like JSON or time or sys, URL library, etc. Then we have some user defined function, how we want to print, we want to get the token. Now these things that we are seeing here, we can put these information inside the DNAC API library as well. But if you wish, you can make local to this program as well. So we have the get DNAC token function. Then we have get all device function, and here you can see the API. So one of the API that is used here is DNA intent API network devices. Then you can see that the device name where we are matching. So we are calling the get all device info function inside other function, and then we are getting the device ID as a return. So this will give you the device ID information, and then main functions related to command runners will start. So first of all, here you can see that we have the get the legit CLI command runner function. This function, what it will do, that it will get all the CLI legit CLI commands supported by the command runner. So if you go to DNA and inside the API, if you go and check the list of commands, whatever list of commands we have, you will get with this output. You can see that it is returning the CLI list, although I can show you this as well. So let me quickly copy this function here, and I can scroll down to the main function, and here I can go and call this function, and then we can go and put this token because we need that token. So now what will happen if we run this program, even before running the program it will come. So let me do this thing, let me cut this and let me put here. So that means once we'll get the print statement related to application is running, then first of all we'll get the list of all those commands, legis command, correct? So that's one of the API that is used here, and you can see the API network device polar CLI legit reads. Then we need these functions. So whenever we are running any type of configuration, we need it to put inside the file. So now for that we need get content file ID, and this will give you the content file ID. That means that once we go and run this with the file ID, it will give you the content of that particular file actually. And the API you can see here is the API version 1 file, and then we have to put the file ID. Now this file ID will go and get from the output command runner. So here you can see that we have file ID that will get called here, and this is the main function with respect to command and device name. It will, so once we run this program, we'll see that in the main function we have to call get output command runner. It will run, and then you can see that for device ID we are calling other function. Here we have the main API related to command runner, the device puller CLI, and read the request. Once we execute this particular command with respect to post method, then it will go and generate the task ID. We need the task ID plus we need the file ID as well, and then the command will get executed with respect to that device, with respect to that command, and then we will get the output. Correct? So here you can see the task ID uh, and then the output. Check the task ID and output. We have some verification as well for the task completion as well. Now one key thing here is that while you are running this program, it depends that what's the round trip time we have with the DNA and the device. So suppose if there is a latency that say for example I am connected via the VPN, and then with that VPN I am requesting DNA to run some commands to DNA hosted or DNA managed infrastructure. So here you can see the round trip timer in terms of that my request will reach to DNA, and the DNA will run that script, and that script will query to that particular network device, and then the request will come to DNA, and then response I will see over the screen. Okay, so if you have certain time limit, if your network is not that fast enough, then you can go and put little bit more sleep timer there. You can vary from 2 seconds up to maybe 25 or 30 seconds depending upon the latency you have in your network. Correct? Otherwise, most of the time you will see failure message. Correct? All right, so that's the program explanation. Now in the main function you can see that once we run this, first of all it will give you the list of supported commands that we have added now. Then the command list, whatever command that we are going to execute here, and then with respect to the device it will go and run that command, and we are going to get the output. Correct? So let's save this and let's go to the CLI mode and let's run this program. Here I'm in the CLI. Let me check the command runner is the program name. So what I can do here, let me go and run this program. So we can do Python exe and command runner. Here we need to give the host name and the command. So let's see that it is asking two argument, and I should give some help function as well here. So let's see that how it is. So first of all I have to give the command and then the host name. So let's do this like this. So I can go here and I can give the command, say for example show IP int brief, and then one of the supported network devices, we have this network device, and let's run this program. Now when you run this program, let's see, so we have given the program and two argument 1 and argument 2. Argument 1 with respect to the show IP int brief, and 2 is with respect to network device. Now because we have given some sleep time delay there, so it will take at least 10 seconds of time, because 5 second timer is there, and then it will go and run that command. So it is telling that it is not reachable. Do I have my VPN connected? So I don't have my VPN connected. I need to connect my VPN. Let me connect my VPN and come back. So here you can see that my VPN is connected now, and let me press up arrow, press enter, and we can wait till 10 seconds to get the result. Command runner is started. The command starting with show is supported. Okay. And then it should show us our program return as well related to supported command list. And the output, we got it. But show command, show IP input. So result is okay. Only thing I'm not getting here is, so let's scroll down. And you can see that we are not getting the output that I'm looking for related to this. So what I can do, that support equal to this, and then I can go ahead and print the support. Save this. Let's go back and run this command one more time. And here you can see that we are getting the command, supported command list here, correct? Show is there, sh is there, standby, syschat, trap, test, trace route, verify, where, everything is there, correct? And then we'll go and get the show IP int brief. So this is the way that we can go and run execute our command runner. Suppose if you have n number of commands and if you have n number of devices, so in that case you can go and loop there. uh, so you can create different type of loop condition where you can loop number of devices and you can loop number of commands, and one by one those commands will get executed and we will get the result. In 4.4c, we have to learn about site related APIs. Now I'm going to show you three different programs related to site-based API in DNA. With one of the program, we'll get the list of sites. With one of the program, we will create the sites inside DNA and then how to delete those sites. Correct? So let's understand that how we can get the sites and what is the API for that. Now here you can see the program, and in this program you can see that if you want to uh, get the number of sites, how many sites you have, you can use this API group count, and the query is group type equal to site. So basically we are doing the query to the site and how many sites we have in that particular DNA, in that particular DNAC URL, we'll get that. Next, we want to print what are those sites. So with this group, and the query is group type site, and then obviously we have offset and limit. With those information, we are going to get the details. First of all, the number of sites, and then nextly that those sites detail, correct? So let's run this program. So I can go and run this site.py, and at this moment I should go and change the environment variable. So the environment variable I have here, I want to run with the other environment variable that you're seeing in the bottom. So let me go and enable that. Let's run this site.py. So now this is the URL you can see, and then the number of sites, we have 15 here. Now with the next run, it will give us that those 15 sites, what are the detail, correct? So we can wait and you can see the details: name, type, address, and ID. These are the site we have with the detail with these information, correct? Now let me go and delete a few of the sites, and then again we'll go and create. Now if you want to delete the site, you do not delete the global one, or maybe we can take one list here in the bottom, you can see. So for example, if I want to delete these sites, let me copy these first. We need the site ID for the deletion program. So I have the program where if I go and put the site ID, as per the site ID, it will go one by one, check the site ID, and then it should delete those. So let's do one thing. Let's create one file with the site IDs that we have. And here you can see the site ID should be like this. So these are the site ID I want to delete from that list that we have. And then I have this delete sites program. It's very easy. You can see that we are going to use the site ID one by one, and we are going to put those site IDs into this particular file. So that means let me go here and save this with this name. Oops. With this name .txt. Seems it is already there. So I'll do one thing. I will make this one. So one.txt. Save this. And in the main program, I'll go here and edit this as one. So here you can see that the API that we have is delete. So let me show you this delete site. And if you want to see this, it's there in our library. So if I go here and check this, delete, I should have this inside my library. Otherwise, the delete will not happen. Seems this particular delete site is not there in my main library. And let me check one more time. Delete seems it's not there. I need to create one function related to delete the site. So let me add that function somewhere in the bottom so it can go and delete that. Let me check one more time here. My delete site and site ID. So see the input is site ID and the DNAC auth. So let me write that code inside the DNAC and then we'll run this program. So let me go and add that code here in the library that we have. In the bottom I can go and add the delete site code. Here you can see that delete site code we have, where it will get the site ID and then it will go and delete that. So it's done. Let's check here, and before going there I should go and do delete the sites. In that obviously we have given that the site list, and again I will go through that program as well. Site ID for the audit purpose, delete ID, delete status is not defined. No problem. Let's check this code one more time. So what error it is throwing, that delete status is not defined. All right. So let's check this here. If we go to the library, we have the library, and I can go and uncheck this, and here I should give message because it is giving the message. Let's run this one more time and let's see if it will throw in any error. Site ID for audit purpose, this is the site ID. So these are the site ID it is printing. Okay, 5, 6, 7. How many we have put? Okay, great. So if we go here and if we check how many we have, 7, and I can see here also 7 got printed. Now if you go and check this site, let's see how many sites we have now. So initially it was 15. Now still it is showing 11, but still I can see that few of them have been deleted. So if I scroll up, uh, let's see how many it was. Initially it was 15. Maybe still that is in progress because DNA is generating the task ID, and that task ID is taking a little bit of time to refresh in the database. So you can see that here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Still I'm seeing 11 And what was the actual number here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So let's wait for a couple of minutes and we can check. So it means that few of the sites deletion is successful and few of the sites not got deleted, and that's the automation script we have. So you can see that um, we are not getting exact what we are looking for. And if we go back to the code and let's see our code. So if I go back to the delete pack and we are getting the message, we are returning the status. And if we go back to our main program, delete sites, and here you can see that deleting the sites, it should return some message as well, correct? So what I can do here is say I will message or something, anything related to this, and then print message. Let's go back and let's run this program. So already few of the site ID have been deleted. Let's check if I got the message as well, correct? So site ID request has been accepted for execution. So that was the message I was looking for. So request has been accepted and maybe it is taking some time to get fulfilled. Meanwhile, if we go back to our DNA, let's go there. And from the DNA center, if we go and check how many sites we have in the dashboard, let's verify from the DNA as well. Let's go there. So what I will do next here, that I will go and add few more sites as well, and then we'll delete that one more time. Correct. So DNA is still loading. Meanwhile, let's go back to the program. It's coming now. Let me open the dashboard as well so we can verify from the dashboard as well. It's coming up, it's popping. So here I'm inside DNA and I can see that number of sites showing 9 only, correct? And if we go and run the program one more time, the sites, let's see the count. So it's coming up, it's taking a little bit of time, you can see. So yeah, you can see clearly here that DNA is taking some time before generating the result. So we can see that how we can view the sites, how we can delete the site. In the same way fashion, we can go and create that site as well. Now while creating the site, so you can see the create site function that you can go and create. Here you can see that you have to use the post related function or the method. The API is API v1 site, and then we have to give the payload. Now important thing here is this, that in this payload we should give what is the format we want to create our site. So for that I have one JSON file. Let me show you this. This is one of the example. So here you can see that the area and then the name, parent name is the global, and again you have area, inside area 1, area 2, area 3. That's the hierarchy, and this area 1 is inside global EU, like that. Then area and building, you can see You can see we have the area and then we have the building, and like that we want to create the site. Apart from that, I should have one more example, or maybe the same example we can try. So let's try site example one JSON, and let's run this and let's see that when we go and create the site, so how this is the payload. Simple program only. Only thing here that create the area, create the building. We have the APIs for that, and get the URL and create the URL. Those are the common thing. But then in the main function that you are going to assign the file in the JSON format, and then it will go and check the fields that we have inside the JSON. So area, name, and parent, all those information it will take one by one, and then it will load inside the DNA. Once it is completed, it will tell you the building creation is completed, the site creation is completed, correct? So let's run this. We want to create the site, and then we should have the JSON file. So I want to give site example JSON is okay. So let's go with that. Now you can see it is reading because we have given the pprint function here to read these information. So if I scroll up, you can see that we have the pprint function here. So it will read the information from the JSON payload one by one. So it is reading those things one by one. And if it is already there, it will tell you it's already there. Area 1 is already there. And if it is not there, if it is a new site, if it is a new area and building, then in that case, it will tell that I'm creating it. Correct? So you can see the site IDs as well here in the list. And with this site ID in future, if you want to delete, you can group the site ID that we have done. And according to that, you can go and delete it. So it's already exists. Here you can see this creation completed successful. Uh, you can see that site creation successful. Like that, we are getting the messages. So it is going as per the hierarchy. It is creating all those sites one by one. Once it will create this, then we'll get the final message. The final message is that the site and the, let me scroll down. So final message is the site creation completed, building creation completed, correct? Great. So one by one it is creating, and we can wait for few seconds here. You can see that it's successful. Now if you go here and check the site detail, meanwhile let me quickly go back to the DNA. If I go and refresh this page, clearly we'll see that number of sites will be more. So it's refreshing, and once you can see now it is 15, correct? So you can see that the number has been increased. So these are the important function. You want to see whatever available sites information you have. You want to create if you don't have those sites with help of your payload. And then if you want to delete it, you can go and delete with respect or with help of API. All right, great. Let's stop here. Now we are ready to do the implementation. In section 4.5, we have to look and do the implementation related to network discovery, device APIs, etc. So what I'm going to do here that I will break these sections into multiple subsections where one by one we'll go and check different type of programs related to API, and we can learn more in this particular fashion. So first of all, network discovery APIs, how they look like, and then how we can convert equivalent to Python and then execute the task. So let me go here to the DNA. Here you can see that we have the DNA center where I have 3 devices that has been discovered and assigned to sites. Now, if you can go to the menu and tools, let me quickly show you first of all the discovered devices and the name of the discovery. So here you can see the view all discoveries, and in that discovery we can see that we have one discovery router switch where 3 devices has been discovered successfully, correct? Now, how we can do the discovery? We know that you can go to the discovery, add a new discovery, and you can do that discovery, correct? Now, point here that this is from the DNAC, and what are the related APIs we have inside the DNA? So for that, you can go to the menu, you can go to platform, you can go to the development toolkit. Once you are inside the API section, then you can look for operational task. And here you can see inside the operational task, so it is coming up, you can see that we have the discovery. So all the discovery APIs are grouped here. Inside that, you can see that we have group of good amount of discovery related task where you can go and check the get count for all discovery jobs, get the network device from discovery, these APIs. So for example, if we go to first API, check the count of the discovered discoveries, how many discoveries you have done. So you can go here and then you can click try it. Let me show you that how this particular API look like. Here you can go and it will tell that you have one response, means total discovery that we have is one, correct? And you can go and check the code preview and etc. Now once you check that how many discoveries that you have done, now if you want to know little detail about that particular discovery, here you can see that you have the get discovery by range option. So I can go here, get discovery by range, click there, try it. It is asking what's the start index. In my case, the start and end index 1 1 only. So I can go and run this, and now you can see that we are getting the result. So this is the correct result. I can copy this to the notepad and I can show you this. Let me copy this to the notepad and let me open this. So we can check that exactly what are the things there. Clearly, you can see that it is telling that which IP range you have discovered, the protocol order, and rest of the information. If you have n number of discoveries, obviously we'll go and get from there. But now if you have n number of discovery and those discovery, if you want in CSV format or any other printed format, it's it's difficult from this API output, correct? From here. So for that, what I have done that I have converted the program. So let me quickly show you the program. Here you can see that get discovery program. In this program on top, you can see we have the import functions, then some of the print function. In the main function, after the authentication, we are calling the get discovery one from the library, and then I'm opening one CSV file where I'm putting the information related to discovery name and pool name, and then I'm printing it. Now if you want to see that get discovery API, which API we are calling, so the same range API that we have seen, I'm calling here in the API. So this response will come here in the main function, and then that particular response with help of Python function and CSV file function, we are putting inside this particular CSV file, correct? So let me quickly go and run this program, say Python exe and get discovery.py. Now it is running. Since I have given pprint for the discovery, so you will see that JSON output here as well that we have seen inside the DNA output, DNA API output, and then you have this IP range CSV file that you can go to this folder from where you're running the program, and you can go and check that information. So here you can see that the discovery name, and then you have the list of IP ranges, whatever. Now again, if you have good amount of discoveries, all this discovery will get printed here line by line. Okay, great. So this is the way that we can go and run the discovery. So from GUI we can discover the devices, and then for the operational things, task, if you want to get the information either in CSV format or maybe in the table format, then with help of Python you can go and get like this. Next two program we have related to how to take the device backup and then how to get the device list as well. So let's just start with the backup function program first, and then we'll check the device list. Here we have the backup program. So first of all, what this program will do, that program will go and create the log file as well. Then once the program will start, here you can see this is little bit new type of program that we are using, because we are not using our inbuilt DNA library, but you can go and you can do pip install DNA Center SDK. So once you go and do this, say pip install, and then you can install this DNA Center SDK. So it will get installed in your system. Already it is there, so that's why it's telling that it's already there. But it will get installed in the system, and then we can import different type of APIs. Again, if you go copy this name, and if you check in Google, you'll find the complete document related to DNA Center SDK, and there are programs, functions, or function modules, those things nicely defined and nicely explained, so you can go and have a look. Then other thing here, that from the environment variable, when we are taking the backup, the folder name we are defining. So if I go here, and you can see that the folder name, if I can go here and give, say, sandbox backup, this is the name of my folder. I want to save the configuration inside this folder name. So that's the use of this. Now once the program will start, first of all, it will uh, take, obviously I want to take all the APIs from DNA Center, and this dnac.api is becoming my library. So device count, for that again there are inbuilt function. So if you go and check that document, you'll find that get device count is one function that will give you the list of devices. Likewise, we have a device get device list. This is the get device list. So from DNA underscore API, inside devices folder, you have subfolder or subprograms like get device list. You will get the device list. Correct. Now once we have that device list, obviously what we want to put all those configuration inside user defined folder. Correct. So here you can see that one by one we are taking the devices from the device list. So devices from the device list, and then for those devices, so device A, B, C, D, etc. What we are doing here is that first of all we are getting the device ID, because inside DNA Center, whatever configuration we are getting, those configuration we are getting in that API with respect to device ID. Correct. So device ID we are putting here inside this particular function, that is giving us the device configuration. So get device configuration by ID is just the name. With the ID we are getting the information, and the response function will be your show run command. Correct. Then it will go and put those saved configuration inside that folder. Correct. So let's go here and run this device backup. I can go and run python exe, and then the device backup. I can see that application run will start. It will generate the log file, and here you can see that 4 devices are there in the sandbox. So you can see ASR cat 912, and it is putting those configuration backups inside the sandbox folder that is getting created. So if I go here and if I go and check, see you have the sandbox, and yeah, you have these configuration here. You can go and open and read, check those configurations. So these are the backups that will get generated and stored here in this folder. It's lightning fast, it's good, and this is the way that we can go and take the device backup. Correct. Now let's check the next function related to getting the device report either in Excel sheet or the tablet format. In this example, although you will find the report or the result in the CSV file. So let me show you this from the top. So first of all, we are getting the device info. This is the API. Although these things we can put inside DNA APIs, that's our library, and we can call from there. Otherwise, If you want to read from here, both options are there. So we can call these functions in the main function from here as well. So get the device info, and first of all get the token. Once we have token, we can get the device info. Once we have the device info response, from that particular response, we can go and filter whatever things we needed. So here you can see that all the device get all device info, then the device count. If device count is 0, it will tell you that none is there. If it is not 0, then the condition will start. I want to open a file called device report CSV, where I want to put certain information from that particular response inside the CSV. Correct? So this is the response. It is a big response. If I go and print this API result, you'll find that this is a big information. From there we are uh, filtering device host name, type, software management, IP, serial number, but there are so many things. Correct? So this is the way that we can go and generate the report, and we can save inside this particular CSV file. So let's run this and verify this device report. Say device report, run this, and you can see 4 devices and it has been saved. What's the name of this? Device report.csv. So I can show you this device report.csv, and here you can see this information. The same it has generated here as well. So if I go back to the main folder, and you can see that device report timestamp also you can see. If I go and open that, you can see that yeah, you have the information. Correct? So this is the way that we can go and run this program, and we can get the uh, device related APIs and the management related task we can complete. Now we reach to 4.5, where we have to learn about template API, and we need to learn about that, how with the help of a script we can apply a template. So let me show you the format and a script that we have here. So we have one script program here. With this program, what we are going to do, that first of all, that this program will go and create one project. The project name is CLI templates, or we can give any name. Now under this project, it will go and create one template. So template name I'm giving basics.txt. Now this basics.txt, you can see I have some configuration here related to NetFlow, related to loopback 11, correct? So clearly you can see that what is the purpose here. Purpose here is this, that the script with help of API will create project, it will create a template, and then the script will ask us that what is your device, which is your device that you want to push this template. And once you give the device, uh, this particular program will run and it will go and push that template to that particular device. Now we have option, either we can give that device a host name, correct, in a program as a user input. So one device host name as a user input, or we can create some sort of loop, say for example while loop, where the device host name will put somewhere in a file, and the program will read those files one by one. And suppose if I have a file of 100 host name, so for those 100 host name, this script will get pushed one by one, one by one, one by one. Because it's very easy. That's the power of program. Either you are doing this is scripting for one device or n devices. So if it is an n device, just put those names inside the while loop or for loop, and then one by one it will get executed, correct? That's the overall idea. So what we are going to do, that this program will create a template. First of all, it will create a project. Inside that, it should create a template, and this is the content of the template. And then it will go and ask you that which is the device, what's the device name you want to push this template. Once you give that, then it will go and push that configuration. Here you can see that we have the data input. From this data input, It will get the project name, it will get the template name, and for the device host name we have given as an input function. So it will ask that what's the device name you want to push this configuration. Then you can see that it is creating the project. So you can see the project ID. So it will go and create the project, and then it will go and create the template, it's a blank template, and then it will feed this particular template information in that blank template. So name of the template is basics. And then once we have the project, once we have the template, then the next thing is to push that template to the devices. So for that, you can see that once you have the project name, once you have the commands, uh, CLI config name is just the template file name, etc. But here you can see that we have the deployment, and inside the deployment you can see that you have the config name, you have the project name, you have the device name. So basically you have the template name, project name, and the device name, and now obviously the authentication should be there, and it should go and pushed. Now here I'll go and increase the time sleep. So if I have any latency connecting to my DNA to VPN to devices, it will wait till that point. And then you can see that we have the deployment status as well. So it is failed, success unknown, etc. It will go and give you those messages. Once it is completed, we'll get the success message, correct? So before running this program, I just wanted to go here and I want to run this program with my private DNA configuration. So let me go and uncheck these variables. Save this. That's the another important aspect we have. Now what I want here, first of all, I just wanted to know that which devices we have inside this particular DNA. So I will go and run this program, and seems that permission, okay, seems this file is already open. This is with related to sandbox, but this time we are running the program with new variables. So obviously the new information will get feeded inside that. We can go and check the devices. So now we have 385093004451, etc. Initially we have sandbox devices. Now we have our own private lab type of devices with a VPN connection. Great. So what we want to push this configuration. So let's go here, and the DNAC config template py is the program name. So I can go here, and before running this program, I just wanted to show you that inside the VPN, I don't have any old template. So let's first of all go and verify that do we have any existing project like CLI template and existing template like basic.txt. Because if it is already there, then our purpose will not get fulfilled. So let's go inside DNA and verify that. We are inside DNA. Let's go to the tools and the template. Tools and the template editor. And let's see that what templates we have. So at the moment you can see that we don't have the project called CLI template, and inside that we don't have any template. So let's go back to the program and run that script. So I can go here and click enter. Now if everything is okay, the script is okay, so it will work. Here you can see script is running. Now it is asking about the device name. So I can go to 3850, but you can choose any, and then we can wait. So now it has some problem. DNAC APIs has no attribute called create the project. So I need to map this with the correct library functions. I have another file as well. So let me correct that. Let me go and remap with the other DNAC APIs library function file that I have. So what basically I'm doing here is that I have other library function where I have more functions, DNAC underscore APIs one. And then I should go back here, and when we are calling those functions, I can make this one, save this. And then I should do all those import DNAC APIs one in other files as well, correct? But if even if I do not do this, this is okay. Okay, so now let's go back and check device name, and DNAC APIs is not identify in. Oops. Okay, so let's check line number 56. Line number 56, we have some. So I think that I need to go and yes, I should go here and replace this with all this, replace all, and save this not only in the import statement but everywhere, correct? And now let's run this. Oops. So the import statement, it got two ones. Great. You can see that the problem we have while running this, but let's check this. So enter the device to which deploying the template. I have given that name, and okay. So it's still the project ID, result task data. Still it is creating some small issues here. Let's fix this issue. While fixing this issue, what I will do this time, I'll go step by step and check. So let's see this time. Okay, the project with the name CLI template found, and DNAC APIs do not have any attribute called check IPv4 duplicate. All right, so you don't have that attribute that I can go and check in my other files, you know, and let's go here and copy, and then I can go to my DNAC APIs that is inside basic 2, and then I can go and add. So this is basically checking, this function is checking that if you are deploying the template and already if you have certain IPs that you have in the template existing in DNA, so it will not go further and push. So it will basically it is checking the duplicate IPv4 address, the stuff. Now run this one more time. The project with the CLI templates found, great. And then utils, so it is telling that utils identify this function is not found, great. I need to go and copy the utils function as well in the same folder where I should have this IPv4 matching parameters, correct? So let's do that. Now, now what I'm doing here is that I'm creating the new utils inside basic 2, and inside that I should have the matching function that it is querying. So let's go here and check. Yeah, I have that. Now let's run this program one more time. Let's see that what function it will ask one more time. So now you can see that CLI template found. Okay. Then we are getting some more problem inside DNAC APIs. Okay, so what I have done that I just fixed the utils and the DNAC1 APIs. And let's go back and run this program one more time. All right, so press up arrow and print, and that's the problem that inside these files I should have the env underscore lab, and in the utils also if I have any function that is called, so it's okay, things are good. And let's check this device. What is your device? So this is my device. Then you can see now it has the ID, project ID, and that's we are doing good. And anyways, let's check the program. I'll come back to this DNA page. Now it is working as per the program, step by step. It should go and create the project, should create the template, and then it should go and push that configuration to this particular switch. Correct? Now let's go here and refresh the page. I can go back. We can go back to the tools and the templates. So let's go back to the tools and template editor. And now you can see that we have the CLI template, that's the project name. And then inside that we have the basics. You can see the configuration inside the basics. And then let's check the program. Still it is going on. Still it is in progress. And it should go and push this configuration, correct? Meanwhile, what's the loopback we have? The loopback is loopback 11. Checking the duplicate IP address if it has any. Then it is generating the ID and we can wait. So you can see we have the success message. That means that we can go and run our other program. Let's check with the program only. So I can go to Python exe and we have the command runner. In command runner, we can go and give the command show run interface loopback 11, and then we can go here and give the device name. So the device name we have here is this. Let's copy this and enter and enter. Great. Check with the device and then the configuration. Last time we have executed this, it is telling that it has some range issue. Let me quickly check the command that we have run earlier. Seems we are doing correct. So first of all, give the command and then give the space here. Let's see. It should work. Now it is working. So the space was missing. Now let's see that it is generating the loopback and the IP. So that means that the template push is successful, correct? We can wait because we have given some sort of sleep timer there. But once the sleep time will get over, we can get the results. So here you can see that yes, indeed, the template has been pushed there. And if you want to see the net flow as well, you can see here. Let me show you that from here also you can go and verify that. So you can go to the provisioning, you can go to the inventory. Once you are inside the inventory, we can go and check our device. So here we have, I can go to this particular device selectively. You have the command runner, you can go and check the command runner. And from the command runner as well, you can go and check. So show IP int brief. And then you can go and check the other command as well related to NetFlow. Show run. Let me show the show run here. And if I scroll up, just to show you some of the configurations and details, we can see here that somewhere we'll find that our NetFlow configuration is also there. Here it is. Okay. So like that, you can create the project, then you can create the template inside that, and then with the given device you can go and push it. Then you can use other command runner API to just verify from your CLI. So most of the things, so idea here is good that most of the things you can go and check from here. So you can check your site, you can check your command runner APIs with respect to those devices, you can push the template, you can get a lot of information about the templates as well. Correct. All right, so let's just stop here, and in next section we can go for troubleshooting related APIs. Now we reach to the last section of this particular session, and that is related to troubleshoot with help of DNA API. Now for this, I'm going to show you two different type of program or the script. One related to DNA assurance, where we can go and get the health related to site, client, network, correct? And then other, the path trace option that we have inside DNA. This is one of the nice feature that we have inside the DNA, that with help of path trace, it will give you various stats related to interface status, device status, ACL trace, and QoS status. So it's not like path trace or trace route. It's a robust path trace option we have in DNA, and that it will go hop by hop and give you detail about the ingress and the egress interfaces plus the device information, ACL and QoS stats. So let's start with the assurance API and feature. This particular script, what it will give you is that overall health of a client, overall health with respect to IP MAC, plus the average as well. So average with respect to DNA as well. So you can see that we have the argument parser, and with parser with respect to MAC addresses or the device name, we'll get the information about that particular device. Then even we have the option to get the output in the JSON format. We have the option to get the verbose output as well. The API used here, so let me quickly show you the API. And API used here is the client detail, is the device detail, but mostly in this particular program, we are looking for three different health. We are looking for client health, network health, and site health, correct? So let me quickly show you this result. Now this particular program I'm going to test with the sandbox. So let me run this program. If I go here and run the assurance, now you can see that the assurance we are running with respect to Sandbox DNAC, it is telling that all sites, the site type issue, the router health, the access health, the client health. This is the summary, correct? But if you want detailed information, so we have options to get the detailed information as well. Still the program is running now. It is telling you about the client health. So here you can see the site health, client health, and then you have the network health, correct? So overall, what is the status with respect to client, network, and site we are getting? Now if you go here and check the options, so options you have that you can get the MAC details with respect to MAC, details with respect to device name as well. And let me go and check the device. We have some device name here that we have collected from the last run. So here you can see these are the device. So now if I go to assurance, and if I can go here and check the device name, and then if we go here and give this particular device name, let's see if it can resolve the host name. Otherwise I can go and give .abc.inc. Let's see. So now we want the detail about this particular device, and seems that it is not giving me the result with the domain name. So now you can see that it is giving you the result. So it is telling that this is this particular switch, the OS version is this, the health, CPU score, memory score is like this. Now if you want to get the raw input, so it will give you the JSON output, and in JSON output you can see that you have a much better detail. So you have the CPU score, memory, overall health, the stack, and all those informations that is required to do first line of troubleshooting. Now, once you are doing first line of troubleshooting, or suppose, let me give you one scenario. So suppose we are doing troubleshooting where client is complaining that they have some issue to reaching to some web application or web server. Now, the client may be at any branch and web application may be in data center or anywhere in the cloud as well. Correct? So from that particular branch with that particular application to reach out to that particular destination, how many hops are there, and in between those hops, what's the status related to network device, ACL or QoS. If we want to check those information, for that we have nice API, and those APIs are used inside the DNA, and then API is flow analysis. So we have this nice key feature inside the DNA, that we know that DNA can recognize the application and it can take action based on application as well. Plus we have this flow analysis, very much like we we are using such features in ASA firewall or any other application uh, security appliances, correct, application security appliances, etc. So that feature is here. What this feature will do, that it will analyze the flow. So here you can see that in flow analysis we are giving the path ID, but and it will give you the ingress and egress interfaces and everything in detail. So you can go and give the source IP plus the port, source port in range from 1 to 65,000. Likewise, you can go and give the same thing with the destination IP and the port number. If port number is not there, you can just leave it as a null, and then you can run this application and it will give you nice output. So now if I can go here and run the path trace and enter, so you will see that it is asking input the source IPv4 address. I have taken the source and destination just for our example purpose, so I can go here and use the source. Then it is asking about the port number. If you don't have, leave it. Then the destination, so let me go and give the destination IPv4 address. Port number we can leave as a blank and leave it blank. Now you can see that the trace has been started. What's the source, what's the destination, and it's completed very fast. Wow. So now if I go up here, you can see the detail, hop by hop detail, correct? So information you can see here, it is going to get these information. Then the IP address, the source IP is this is the wired client, and this belongs to this particular switch. And this particular switch, what's the ingress interface, input packet, output packet, flow. We are getting all those informations, correct? And then the interface collection is status successful, all those information. Then it will give you the egress interface output. So now you can see the egress interface detail. So it's started with one device, checking the ingress and then the egress. Then it will go to other hop device. So it will go to the next hop. Then, and in the next hop, there is cat3k, where is the IP of that cat3k. And for that particular switch also, it will give you the ingress and egress uh, packet information and other informations as well. So you can see output drop, input drop, etc. Correct, those detailed information. And finally, is to reach to their destination, and in destination what's the ingress interface, and then the destination host is connected to which particular egress interface. So it will give you the information about that particular egress interface where the destination host is connected. Once we have all the information, then finally it will give you, so here you can see that summary is completed, and then finally you can see the hop by hop, interface by interface detail. So starting from this interface, going to this interface, then reaching to cat9k, then from cat9k this interface, means that's the egress of cat9k, then the egress, then the ingress of cat3k, then egress of cat3k, then ingress of cat9k, and then the egress of cat9k and the destination. So you can see the complete flow and detail of the flow is very much needed to do the troubleshooting. And once you figure out that what problem and etc., then it will tell you that where exactly the problem is hitting. So these are the scripts supported to do the troubleshooting. Apart from that, DNA has nice GUI troubleshooting option. You can log into the GUI, go to the assurance section, and you have the visual representation of everything, like the client details, their diagram, the flow analysis, everything is there in the GUI as well, that we can go and do the troubleshooting from there. In section 6, we have to learn about Cisco Meraki. Now, Cisco Meraki and related automation. So here you can see the full description related to sections. Describe the feature and capability of Cisco Meraki, location scanning API, MB Sense APIs, all those APIs, plus we have to do the configuration via Python. We have to create a network via Python, etc. So that's the goal of section 6, that we do the automation via the API and the Python programming. Now, the first lecture that we have here in 6.1, for that I have given one video related to the features and capability of Meraki. So please complete that video. Once you complete that video, then before starting 6.1 A, B, C, D, again I'll go and give you some good link where you can go and perform the lab task, plus some of the documentation related to API and Python integration. So complete 6.1, and then in next video we'll learn about important link, useful resources related to Meraki. Let us continue our discussion and see that what types of features we have in Meraki. As you can see that we can do the SD-WAN. We can integrate that SD-WAN with Auto VPN. Means these two comes together inside single SD-WAN solution. After that, we have the secure operations. Secure operations means we have all sort of firewalling options in Meraki. We can do the next generation firewalling, intrusion prevention. We can do the content filtering plus the malware protection. So not only the traditional port filtering, but we have the content filtering, that is the advanced firewalling options as well. Apart from that, this solution is highly scalable and they are 99.99% of available, and the failover is seamless. All these features we have in our Meraki solution. With respect to SD-WAN, what we can achieve. So say if I have my data center and all the data centers are something like this, that you have DC1, you have data center 2 as your DR, then across the geographical location you have branches. What is your final goal here? That you want to reach from here to here. In this solution you have any to any type of VPN connection. So suppose if anything happen with this VPN circuit, you will be automatically fail over to the other VPN circuit and your traffic will go. Okay, so that is one thing, that is the dynamic path selection. Means not only you have the dynamic path selection, but we can have something like policy based path option or path selection. We have active VPN circuits as well. So not only one circuit is up and running, but the other circuits will also have the same capability. They will do active load balancing to the other VPN circuits. That's also true. And that is and finally we have the policy based routing. Policy based routing is something like, suppose your voice traffic, for this you want MPLS, and for other low latency traffic you want, say, internet circuit. So we can create policy, we can prioritize the voice traffic over MPLS and the other traffic over internet, and final failover means finally everything will go over internet. So ISP 1, 2, 3 according to your SLAs, according to your bandwidth options, you can prioritize that. That is one of the neat thing. And other important thing, that you can do it with few clicks. That's it. You don't need lengthy CLI configuration, so much planning. All these things will be there. Simply you have to go there and you have to click. and things will be enabled. Likewise, we don't need lengthy VPN configuration. You have auto VPN option. With help of only 3 clicks, we can create VPN, and those VPNs are something termed as auto provisioning or auto VPNs in Meraki solution. Apart from that, we can change the parameters. So once you have your VPN tunnel, obviously your phase 1, phase 2 is up. Then if you want to change your pre-shared key or MD5 or hash encryption keys, all these things, it's very easy to change all those parameters. We have flexible tunneling plus topology and security policy. It's very easy to apply or remove the policies because everything we are managing from a central dashboard or single dashboard. So that's why it's very easy to change the parameters, and it's easy to configure and provision the VPNs. Then the final feature we have is the security plus the auto failover. In security, it's really secure. You can see here that we have all type of security capabilities in Meraki solution. We can do firewalling, we can do IDS, we can do content filtering, all these things. So let me walk you through all these things one by one. We have this option that we can do the L7 traffic classification and control. We can go in depth of the packets, the application traffic, and we can check the content of those packets. Then we have the identity based policy options as well, where we can check the policies and we can identify that who is sending where. According to that, we can apply the rules. Because it is easily integrated with Cisco Firepower, so that's why there are lot many options that we have inside Firepower. Same things we have inside Meraki solution. You can see that we have options related to vulnerabilities and related to known exploits, something like virus, rootkits, and backdoors. All these things we can do with help of Meraki solution. It's very easy and simple to deploy. So that is the overall goal of this Meraki solution, that it's very easy to deploy. You don't need so much things to do while deploying Meraki SD-WAN, Meraki security, any type of failover. Everything will be seamless. It's very easy. It's all the time we have the availability, easy to deploy, easy to monitor, maintain. All these features we have, and we can have this reporting options as well. And if you want that if certain threshold values will be breached, then you will get the emails as well. Again, the same line that we have the content filtering plus the malware protection policies. We can integrate with AD servers. We have other options as well for the integration. And because it is integrated with the cloud, so your traffic first will go to the cloud. If you have any issues with the traffic, it will terminate the connection. Otherwise, it will go to the destination. Okay, so we have this cloud-based signature updates as well. Okay, then finally we have the failover and the high availability options, and it depends that what type of policy-based routing we have. So if it will breach certain SLA, obviously it will go to ISP2, ISP3 like that. Warm spare failover is also there, and that's why the data center availability is very high in the Meraki solution. Right? So if I summarize all these things, that means we have SD-WAN solution, we have this auto VPN, auto provisioning solution. Security, you have seen that for security we have all those options. Not only we are doing the firewalling, but we can do IPS IDS. We can check the malware, rootkits, signature, anomaly, all these things we have. And finally, we have this high availability and the failover features. All right, so let's understand the Meraki API and the power of Meraki API. Now, this is true. This slide is true for all the APIs for all the technology like SD-WAN or maybe DC automation. So maybe I am a network engineer or developer, partner, integrator, service provider. I want networking protocol stack to integrate application. So nowadays, that's the common normal means that nowadays we are thinking the application and then we are thinking about the network means how the application will help to build the network. But initially, it was just like flip. Like initially, it was that you have the network infrastructure and you're running your application on top of that. So whatever restriction that we have with the network, those things that application has to bear. But things are changed now. Now we have to think application in a mind and then we need to design a network. So that's why we need programmable networking a stack or network programmability, and that's why we have SDN. And then that's the power means inside the SDN we have the power of these APIs. And you'll see in the upcoming slides that how much innovation have been done inside API, and so many APIs have been added. And with respect to Meraki, what are the key APIs we have? We'll see. So now you can see that we have the API for almost everything. Either it's analytic, either it's analyzing, either it's whatever we are doing. And what type of API we have? We have dashboard API, webhook alert API, location integration API, the API related to cameras, API related to captive portal. All these things we have in the API. APIs are controllers, so be careful while you're using it because again, uh, if we don't know that which API we are running, and suppose if the nature of API is post or maybe delete, so it can delete, maybe it can delete entire network, or it can do no destructive things as well. All these links are important. So I already told you that in this section I will show you various URL link resources. So here you can see that we have the developer community Meraki. This is also very informative. You can go to the GitHub resource where you will get the library. In the lab section I will show you that how you can go and enable the API. So we'll see that in the lab. We have other resources and useful places where you can go and learn these things. How you can go and run the API, I will show you in the lab section. We have the get, put, post, or delete method. That's the RESTful API calls, and that is true for other SDN solution as well. We have dashboard, captive portal, scanning plus Bluetooth API, webhook alert, and MB Sense API that we're going to discuss one by one in the upcoming session. Now here you can see the growth of API in last 12 months, and it's a huge. And we should focus into the growth of API, and we can take the advantage of those inbuilt API plus new APIs as well in our infrastructure. So APIs are there for analytics, automation, marketing. Marketing means that related to query, maybe certain location, because again you are using location API, and location API can give you the location of the resources. Then trigger location based on the application, asset tracking, BLE device and all. So means that API is there, powerful APIs is there just to provide faster speed, and not only the faster speed execution etc, but it can be used for analytic automation and other stuff. Again, we have nice resource in Meraki.io. You can go and have a look inside this Meraki.io. In the upcoming section, we are going to explore more and more about these link and URL that you are seeing, the dashboard API related URL, and again we have always on sandbox as well, where I'm going to perform the lab task. So this particular URL, the username and password you can see on this screen, this is always on sandbox, means you don't need any VPN or anything to log into this sandbox box and explore the Meraki capabilities and features. This is there in the Cisco DevNet that for learning purpose we can utilize this. All right, so in next section we'll go and learn about different type of APIs that we have. For now we can stop here. From 6.1a up to 6.1d, we have to learn, understand about different type of APIs, and obviously after that we have the labs. 6.1a, location scanning APIs, then MV sense APIs, external captive portal APIs, webhook alert API. Now as the name suggests, and one by one we'll go and check all these slides, but as the name suggests, you can see that related to location we have the API, related to cameras we have API, related to captive portal we have API, and then related to alerts we have webhook alert API. So let's learn these all one by one. Again, I told you that all these course you have the reference. So automation course, you have great reference at GitHub plus Cisco DevNet sites as well that you can go and refer. Now, what is location scanning API? Now, this is very much that you want the location and then the output will come in the JSON format. So here you can see that all the devices via the Meraki, it is going and communicating to the cloud, and from the cloud portal, we are fetching the report, we are fetching the details related to AP MAC, client MAC, RSSI timestamp, and then we are storing these inside the backend server. Correct? So very simple and straightforward. You have to go and enable this feature inside the Meraki, and then you will get the location, and that's why the name is location scanning API. So all those details will get. Now again, here you can see the long list of the details that we are going to get in the JSON format. So AP MAC, AP tag, floor, client MAC, IPv4 information, v6 information, scene, SSID, etc. Again, this list is for the reference. These are the information we are getting in the JSON format. So here you can see that you have the data and the key. You are getting the information in the JSON format. Now, how to enable this? To enable this is very easy and straightforward. You can go to the Meraki dashboard. Here you can go and check the always on Meraki dashboard. I have already shared the link, and even in the lab section, I'll show you. I'll log in there and I'll show you. You can go to network wide general setting, and then you can go and enable the scanning API. It's very easy once you can enable. So here you can see location and scanning. Uh, Analytics is enable, scanning API is enable. Then you can have this URL. So you can go and give the external URLs. How it is working? Again, this is something that we are doing the query. So all the information is getting collected over the Meraki cloud. From there, we are doing the query and we are getting the information. So get is nothing but the show command via the CLI over the Cisco devices. So HTTP get, return of validator token, HTTP post of JSON, and then we have the verification of post using secrets and all this data. So it's like we are querying to the Meraki cloud and we are getting the information. And if you want to save those information, you can save it. I'll show you a few of the examples related to curl. Even we can go further and use the web browsers as well for the API get queries. Again, we have the Bluetooth scanning API. We can go to the wireless Bluetooth setting and we can enable that as well. Again, the Bluetooth API data information. Here you can see that the information we are getting in the JSON format, these are the details like AP MAC, AP tag, AP floor, etc. We are getting. Great. Now let us continue this discussion and understand the next piece of API, that is the MBSense API. Now in Meraki, we have a strong support of a smart cameras, and these cameras having smart sensors, a smart chip. So they are giving the video feed, they are giving the video information, and with help of APIs we can collect those information. So we have REST API and MQTT API. That's the telemetry API, and then we can get the information. So here you can see that information related to historical aggregate, current snapshot, real-time feed. Correct. All these things are possible from the APIs. Now here again you can see that if you go and check, you have the link. So API doc, API doc, API doc. So API doc related to MVSense, API doc related to link, API docs related to snapshot API. Correct. So you can go and refer these. Now what is very important here to understand is that we have two different methodology of API. One is the REST API that we study and cover a lot before this session. We know what is REST API, how it is working, and then we have one real-time API, MQTT. That's like telemetry API. And MQTT, the nice feature about this is that it is something like subscription based API, means it is fully working in push model. So what does it mean? We have discussed this about in the telemetry section, that we have SNMP, that method, that is pull method. Means when you need, you are sending some query and you are getting the information, and then we have some sort of live type of API, which is using the pull method. Correct. And it's quite frequent. You have to set certain tuning, you have to do some sort of subscription, and then you will get the information. So MQTT is very important here. And again, you can have a reference, or you can have a difference between REST and MQTT, but MQTT is referred here to do any type of query in the MVSense. MVSense has a number of endpoints which provide aggregate data on the following: people detection, light level reading, the people detection metadata can be viewed. So here you can see in the diagram that this has the information related to live feed. So we have the people detection, we have the light level reading, and all those other informations, right? So you can surely test that. And then one slide I have given just to give the reference between the REST and MQTT. And again, MQTT is a subscription based method, and which is using the pushing messages, and it's actually preferred over the REST based API. Okay, we have certain use cases as well, use cases related to when uh, we have the live feed related to MVS smart cameras. Okay, all right, so let's continue with the external captive portal. Now, why we need external captive portal? That is one of the feature of Cisco Meraki, that when a guest user wants to access internet, first of all, they will get one page where a company can put their terms and condition, maybe billing information, payment related information, purchase a billing plan, view an advertisement, etc. Now once a user will accept these terms and condition and other stuffs, then they have access that they can be redirected to the internet or any other URL. So here you can see that the client or user that can go via the AP, and obviously the cloud is there in between, and then they have the request to this captive portal, and then they will get redirected. Correct. Now here we may think that, okay, can we put much more security, can we integrate with AAA servers? So yes, we have the option that we can go and integrate this with AAA server that you can see in the diagram. So a client device doing the query to the captive portal or to the web server, and then they have to authenticate with AAA, and then they will get the access, and then they will get redirected. Correct? So we have the APIs related to Meraki captive portal, and with the API we can get certain request, means request related to the captive portal. Correct? Now next very a new type of API we have is the webhook alert. Nowadays it's quite popular. Why? Because it's, you can think this is a lightweight feature, and this feature is there in Cisco Viptela as well. So if you go and check the latest code of Cisco Viptela, you'll find that we have the webhook alert. Now how it is happening, how it is working, that you have the Meraki devices, and they are connected with the Meraki cloud, and then they can query it from the webhook servers. So we have to go and enable the webhook related alert, and nowadays we can have all those alerts notification. So everything can be hooked, uh, and that can be received from the external server. There are again a good amount of servers, and here you can see that this can be integrated with the different type of servers, and again you can see your query as well. Now these webhook alerts, you can go and have a look on different type of webhook external server where you are sending the alerts and notification. These webhook APIs, and again we are doing this with the API, with help of API behind the scene, correct? So these alerts, either Meraki or Cisco Viptela, you can store to the external server, and then further you can analyze it. How to configure it? It's very easy. We can go to network wide configuration and alerts, and then we have option to enable the webhook alert. Now again, I have given one important point here in the bottom, that there are a variety of standalone cloud webhook services, that is Hook.io, Zapier. A few of these services you can go and enable. They will not ask the credit card information, and it will be free for 14 days that you can go and check. So not only the Meraki alerts, but other web application or other application alerts also you can go and integrate, and you can verify. Again, it's very easy to configure it. Here you can see we can go to the network wide configure alert, and then where you, where is your HTTP server. So you have Zapier, Built.io, etc., and then what type of alerts you want to view. So all network admin, and again any type of set of alerts that we want to send. Correct? So these are the important API that we need to, and we have to learn and study in the upcoming section. Actually, what we have to do next is from 6.2 onwards is that um, we have to use the API to create a network. And again, we have to see the Python integration as well with the Meraki. So next session onward, we are going to do a lab and hands-on practice. In this section and onward, we have to use the Meraki API to create the network. So let me show you all the steps that how you can go and uh, with help of API, you can do various tasks. Let me show you the steps first, and then I will log into the device and show you how to do it. Here you can see my notepad steps. That first of all, we need to generate the API key. Now, once we have the API key, then we can go and test related to the organization and the network. So we'll go and run certain get commands, and then I'll show you that how further you can go and do multiple tasks. So let's go and generate the API key. Let me log into the Meraki dashboard. All right, so here I am inside the Meraki dashboard. Once you're here, you can go to the organization and settings. And once you are inside the settings, if I scroll down, here you can see that we have this API access option. Go and hit profile. And once you are inside the profile, you can get the key. So if I scroll down here, you can see that I have some old key. I can revoke that. So let me click revoke. And then I can regenerate the new keys that I want to use for various tasks. So let me scroll down. Now here you can see that the keys are not there because I want to generate new API key. Let me copy this. I have a store the new API. Now I can go back to my notepad and I can put the new keys here. All right, so let me go back to the keys that I have and should be copied. Let me generate new and copy and then paste to the notepad. Yes, same way I have generated the key and I am pasting here because in the lab we'll go and use it. So let me quickly go and change those keys. Here we can see these are the curl method to run the API. And let me quickly go and delete and add the new key in these methods. Alright, so I have generated that. Now I want to use this curl method in my automation tool. So let me go and open that. Here you can see I have the automation tool and enter. Now you can see that we are getting the my organization and related output because we are running the organization related API. Likewise, I can go and check the network related stuffs as well with this curl, this API, and yep, here you can see we can paste that information and we can wait because the query is happening behind the scene and we will get the result. So here you can see there is some issue, maybe some name resolution or some other. So I am not getting the result. All right. So we need to verify this why this is not giving us the result. Maybe the organization and then the network ID that I have given. So you can verify this what network ID you want to check. I can use any network ID. Here you can see I have a long list of network ID and one is for the DevNet, so 549236. I can see 549236 and that should give you the correct output. Okay, although if you go and check the complete URL, so there is some difference in that. All right, let me check with any other network ID. I can go and I can put that and let's run this command. So at the moment we are just doing the testing because our main agenda is to do the configuration of network. So it is telling that not able to resolve api.meraki.com, and let me go back and run my organizational API one more time. So we are getting the result here, and this output we should do some changes here, like instead of the URL, here you can see that we can go and change the URL. So what I have done here, I have done a small change here. Instead of what script I have built, I have changed this and I use this N149. And let me quickly show you here that you have N149 HTTP here. So I have used this, and then I have mixed with the same URL that we have, correct? And then here you can see that we are getting the output. It's just the get command that we can use and we can get the result. Great. So now we are at this point, and I already told you that we have the useful links from where you can go and check the API, Meraki API integration and related examples. So you can go and copy those folder inside your API engine. So let me quickly show you here that I have my dashboard API path Python, and if I go here, you can see that we have the examples, we have the generator, Meraki, etc. Now, if you go to the examples, and once we are in the example, you can see that we can go and have various examples that we can go and run as a Python script. So for example, if I want to run the organization wide client, or maybe AIU organization wide client, so I can use this and enter. Now here I can see that we have some issues related to the API token, and that's actually important to understand because they're telling that we have the API key error. We should define the API for this, and that's why we have this API export. So before running these API, you should generate the API, and then you can set that, and next you can run this program. Now while we are running this program, we can see that we are getting the robust output. This is related to all the clients and it is generating the report. So we are getting the report, and once the report will come, then we can go and check the report output, the result output. Somewhere you can see that we are getting some invalid error, and if I go and show it the output now, so here you can see that we have so many CSV files got generated. I can take any of the CSV file and then I can show you that the client related output that we have. Okay, so here you can see that we have the full result. Now what we can do that we can go and copy these files maybe inside the Windows with help of FileZilla or any other program, and then we can open this in the CSV format, so you will get the output in the Excel, correct? So all these are Excel file output where you have the various fields that you can check inside the Excel sheet. Great. So once we have the variable set, and then if I can show you the program. So if I go here and run this, so here you can see that either input your API key, we have set that API key with the export Meraki dashboard, and then this function is for this program is for list the network clients. So it will go and list all the network clients, and then it will print those network clients in the CSV format, correct? So here you have the full program, and the output is in the file name .csv that we can go and verify, correct? So this way we can set the variable, and once we have the variable set, we can run this program and then we can get the output. Okay, so these are just the verification APIs. What we have done that we have verified few of the API, First of all, we have used the curl methodology, and then we are using the API Python integration to verify whatever information we'll get, we want, we can get that. More what we are going to do that we'll go and dig deeper into these Python programs, and we'll learn more and more in the upcoming section. So the thing is like this. So this 2 hour video that we are going to do today, it may take 10 to 15 hours to understand. So when you perform the lab, when you check the code, maybe it will take maybe 15 to 20 days or maybe 1 month to understand the code, what type of code that I'm going to explain today. It's a big and it's a huge thing that we are going to do today. And anyways, whatever code that I have that I'm going to upload in today's recording and the same for the like day 5. So once you check those code, and suppose if you want to create your own own functions, definitions you want to add in the code, you are free to do that. So if you understand that, okay, this is the code, this block is doing this, so next time you can add your own block as well. Like that, you can edit, modify the code as well. But yeah, to understand this particular code, to modify it, maybe it will take 2 3 months if you start from today. Itself, to understand what we are going to do today, it will take at least 10 to 15 hours. Means when you perform the lab, then whatever steps that I'm using, you watch this particular recording, you again watch it like 3 4 times. You can watch it, you can bookmark the video as well. So at what time, what lab task I have performed, because today we are going to perform good amount of lab. All right. So as you can see here, the agenda I have just mentioned like is like generic mention that more toward post method, that we post means that we want to create the object, and then playing with SD-WAN templates. Inside SD-WAN template, how we can view the template, how we can create the template, how we can delete the template. And then there are some pip tools, pip tools, from where if you install in your laptop, you can take the entire SD-WAN backup and all those things. Okay, so let's start. Uh, I'm going to start with the smaller one. I have one folder and I'm going to upload that folder. The folder is day 5, and inside this day 5, if you go inside this day 5, two folders are there, but the folder that you can see here, this section, this is important. So I'm going to upload entire folder. In this entire folder, you can see so many programs, correct? And there is one folder for template. So this is the template in the JSON format, and there is one other template related to vManage, but vManage CLI is here. So this vManage template is just for your backup. It will not do much of things, but whatever arrangement you can see here in the folder, you can same as it is, you can copy somewhere and you can run the functions that I'm going to show you today. Okay, so let's start with one of the nice thing that we have inside the SD-WAN, and that nice thing is uh, application aware routing. So you can see here, let me increase the size if I can increase it, so you can also let me increase the view. So first of all, I'll start with a interesting and uh, day-to-day activity we are using with respect to application aware routing policy. So you can see somewhere you'll find that we have monitor app route stats. So let me show you that how you can play around with this. So I can go to day 5 folder, and inside day 5 folder, I'm inside the SD-WAN Python REST API. Obviously, if I want to run this code, I need my vManage to be connected. So I have one lab here. Let me go quickly and connect with the vManage. And I'm connected with vManage. In this vManage, I don't know if I have the app route policy enabled or not. So better I can log into the dashboard and I can go to the policy section. I can activate that policy. But the other option we have, that we can activate, deactivate from our program as well, correct? So let me go here and let me show you this program first, and then if I do not get any input in the program, then I'll go and activate that policy, app route policy. By default in this lab, it is not activated. All right. So what you can do, Python. and then monitor app route policy, you can always go and check the help section in this program. So here you can see that we have three fields. App route fields, what are the fields we have in the application aware routing? Then app route report, this is something that will be topmost usable thing for you, because maybe you want to show the management or the team that, see, this is the application aware routing report. Okay, and you can generate the report in the notepad or the Excel, etc. Then you have the app route status. So a status you can see for all the tunnels. So first of all, let me show you the smaller thing. You can go to app route and the fields. Always go and check the help section as well. So if we have any thing after that, it will show in the help. That in that manner we have the program. Oh my god! Someone has deleted my files from the drive. Just give me 1 second. Sorry. And let's continue. Okay, so here you can see that what are the fields we have that we can generate the report for. So we have the device, local system, source IP, destination IP, loss, latency, jitter, all those parameters related to application aware routing, correct? Now next very important thing that we want to do is to check the report. So I can go and check app route and report, and you can see here in the help section that what type of report you can generate. So here you can see that you can go and create the report like this. You can go and give the hub list. So let me go and do that. I can go and give the hub list. I have one file there, YAML file with list of. So actually I have one file. So let me quickly show my folder here. In this folder, you will see one hub list. So what does it mean? That here I have given two IPs. But suppose if you have more IP and you want to generate for more IPs, you can go here and then you can give system IP and say 10.3. This is one of the branch IP. Then I have one more IP, that's 10.3.0.2. But these are the branches, and the name you can see here is the hub routers. In my hub, I have these routers at least. All right, so I can go back here and then I can go and give the name. What's the name? Hub underscore YAML. Yeah, you can ask.
That IP, Pratish IP, for IP, one of the IP last octet you did not put.
Yeah, sorry for that. Thanks, good catch. Okay, so hub list dot YAML. Now you will see that it is asking, please enter a start date, year and month and date. So 02, and today only I have started the lab. So I will do one thing. I'll give 19 for example, or maybe you can give 18 as well, 18th of February, and then the end date I will give 02, maybe 21. Okay, so 18 to 21, and then I'll go and press enter. So oops, yeah, I have put 21 and seems it was not taken. Maybe that was out of range, but no problem. So then you go and press enter, and then you can see here in the bottom that created a report of average app router stats for tunnels between hub router and a spoke. Okay, so now if you go here to the folder from where you are running this program, you can see you have two report. Okay, so one report you can see for hub and one you might see for the spokes. So let me increase there. Now here you can see that hub sites. Because I have given house site as a branch one, so that's why it is taking that as well. But you can see clearly the point here is to check these items here. You can see these items, you can go and check. So what's the loss, latency, jitter, and good thing here is that you are getting all those information in nice Excel format, correct? Like this. And you can see the date as well. Because anyways, I started the lab on 19th, so that's why it is not showing you 18, 19, 20, etc. But you can see, nice report. Any question on this?
No, no, Ragnesh, we are good.
And then you can see the other report as well we have. This is the tunnel stats. So it is showing the tunnel stats as well, I think. Let's see. Okay, so that's
This
the.
is
Mhm. Yep,
this is only for IPsec tunnel, is it? Like, or
it's for IPsec tunnel, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so you can see that it generated two files, 612 and 614, and one is for tunnel and one is for entire stats. And one report is actually quite big, and it's robust, where it is showing you, anyways, it's showing you which tunnel is there, what color is there, what branch size, and then loss, latency, jitter. Because they are using API, so that's why we are getting result in this nice format. Now there is no CLI that can give you such type of results, correct? Okay.
True, true.
All right, so let's move on and let's check our next agenda here that we have in the course. I want to show you this particular section, that playing with Cisco SD-WAN template, view the template, create the template, delete the template, etc. Uh, I have created two different type of program. So first of all, I will show you one very important and good program, and then I have one complete big package type of program. There also I will show you the template. So let's start with the smaller, and I want to mark you. So when you watch this recording, what template you can see here I am highlighting, so it will be easier for you when you watch that. Whatever name that having template, so create bulk template, create template, delete template, generate basic template. This is in .sh, some script. We don't need this, but get template. So you have four program: get template, delete, create template, and bulk template. Okay. All right. So once you watch the recording, you can check these very important program. And good thing about this that you are free to do modification, edit, and all those things. Okay. So let me quickly show you any of the program, and suppose if you want to see here, let me quickly show you this, the differentiator here. So we know about this top. In day one I have covered that. Then you have to create the session with vmanage. That's the session. So up to line number 1 to 26 is that is defined. You have to do with all the programs. Now these things that you're saying, it's not required because this is commented, so I can remove that. Now you can see that actually you have to understand only few lines, only these 4 or 5 lines, correct? And it's very easy because say the last line here you can see in the bottom is the main function. It is the way that you are running this program, you know. So this is nothing. Here what you are doing, simply you will go and give the vmanage IP, you'll run the script. But the logic you have for this program is this 4 or 5 line. So what it will do, first of all, with open, it will go and open a particular file in the JSON, that particular file that you are going to give as an input. Okay, so because you want to create the template inside the vmanage, for example, NTP, BFT, whatever, I'll show you all those things. So it will go and it will take this particular file as a payload. This is the most important thing here. So the method that we are going to use for creation is nothing but the post. Let me highlight here the post. This is the method. Now either it's a get or post. There is one difference. In post method, you have to give the payload. What is the payload we are using here is a JSON data. Now this JSON data, from where it is coming? It is coming from this field here. You can see. So you already have one folder. You can see here, we manage cloud feature template. Inside that, suppose if you want to create NTP, let me quickly show you the payload. This is the payload. So once you run this program, this whatever coding we have inside this NTP folder, that will get created inside vManage. So what are the things we have here? This is very easy to understand. First of all, the name of template. So API NTP. I'll go and give the name, say for example, Sam and Ishwar. That's the name we have, API. That's the NTP template name. So you have defined the name. Then version is 4. NTP server prefer, if you want, you can give that. What's the source interface? You can go and give that source interface. What's the VPN value? You can go and define the value. Now I will show you this exact thing inside vManage as well. Okay, so if you go here and if you go to the template, if you go to the feature template, and suppose you want to create a template related to NTP, so vEdge Cloud, let me select one device, vEdge Cloud, and then I want to create NTP. So see, in the NTP, what are the fields you have? You have to go and give the device type. That's very important. Then template name, description. Now if you go here and check, you have to go and in this program we have defined as a vEdge, but we'll see that. So you have to go and give the template name, and if you if you check here, you have the template description as well in the bottom. Okay, so you are giving the template name, you are giving the template description. Then you have to go and define the server. In server, if you have any new server, you can go and give C, host name, authentication key, VPN ID, version, source interface, prefer. All these things you'll find here in this payload. Everything you have to define, or actually this payload is already there. You can use it. So each and everything that you are seeing there, already you have here. What you need to do, remember in JSON we have two fields, key and data. This is the key, and here you have the data. So whatever data you will feed here, that will automatically populate inside the template. Okay, great. So let's do it. So I can go here and I want to create one template, and I can go and start this, create the template, and the address is 198.168.1.10, and then I should have to give the JSON file. So if you go here and type help, you will get this string. So it will tell you that how you have to run this program, and then we can go here and we can give the host name 198.168.1.10, and then you have to go and give the JSON file. The JSON file, now it's up to you. The JSON file that you are giving, so I'll do the one thing. I'll go and give ntp.json. Okay, enter. So now it will do connect, and you can see here ntp.json successfully deployed to vManage. So that means if I go to the place and if I go and search, say I have given the name as Ishwar and Sam, so I should get that. Let me check this. Let me refresh this page first, because see, we have this NTP Sam Ishwar got created for Edge Cloud, and you can see this, you can edit this, there's no problem. So these fields are there, but if you go and change, so VPN is 0. Now if I do one thing, if I go here, oops. So if I go back, oh, where is my NTP? I think I have two files. So here you can see the VPN is 99. If I go and put 99, and I can go back here and the server address, if I can go and give the, let me close this file unnecessarily. Two files are open. Let me quickly close this. Yes, yes, yes. Hmm. 1 second. Okay, ntp.json. I have that. I have three files open. I don't know. Okay, later on I'll go and close. Hmm. Okay, no problem. Let's continue like this. Later on I'll. So here you can see I have given the this as a 99, and then I want to change the NTP server. So let's see here. I can go and click edit. NTP is variable. NTP server is variable, means when you push this template, it will ask you, and it's actually good, you know. So you can create these things as a variable as well. Okay, so you can see the variable if you want to create as a variable. So VIP variable in NTP server VPN. Okay, so you can go and check here the VPN, and you can see the VPN here is not, it's a default actually. It is not a variable like this NTP server VPN. So it's okay, no problem. It's up to you that you want to create is as a variable or you want to create is as a value. Now let's go back here and let's delete this. I don't want. So I can go and delete this. The moment we are using this GUI to delete, but you can do this with program as well. So now we can go and create, and you can see the speed. You can go here, refresh the page, and we can go and check that. Now this is something that you have to go and you have to spend time that how we can play around with the data, because anyways as a architect, as a design engineer or implementation engineer, you have to put those values, correct? So this is one of the thing that you can see. Now, so this way you can create one feature template, correct? But maybe in the organization, maybe if you have to create 20 or maybe 15, 30, 20, 25, 30 templates at a time, means all the feature template at a time you have to create. Then what you will do? So for that, we have one more program that's name is bulk. You can go and run this bulk and just give the IP. What it will do that in our folder, you can see I have AAA banner, BFD, BGP, bridge, DHCP, IGMP logging, multicast, NTP. All these templates will get created automatically inside the vManage. So it's like one-time hard work that you can go and change the variable, play around with the variable. But once your program is ready, click enter and done. Correct? Now you can see that we have one error with NTP because this is already there. Since this template was already there, so it will not create this obviously. Apart from that, now if we go back And if you go and check the API, the name of the templates are starting with API. See, API PIM, IGMP security. Everyone is created at 21st February 627. You can see the date. Within 1111 second, all these feature templates called created. If you do it manually, obviously it will take time. Correct? All right, guys. If you have any question, feel free to ask.
So after this is created, that's when you want to attach it to a device, you can go in and change the variables, the values.
That's right. So then once we have the feature template, you know, the main thing we have is the feature template in SD-WAN. So then you can go and create the device template, and then that device template, you can call all these feature templates and you can attach it. If you want to do this via the program, I'm going to show you that as well in coming 10-15
Okay.
minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And Ratnesh, do we have any way to create even CLI template as well? Or
If you are creating CLI template, then I guess then you know what is there. You just copy paste that configuration to CLI
okay, no.
because
No, suppose like
yes, there is
True,
a
true.
yeah.
way. There is a way. So what we can do that the CLI configuration we can put instead of JSON, we can put in a file and then we can upload here as a post as a data method. So yes. So here what we are doing, you can think that we are creating 20 CLI templates. It's a feature template, but you can think like this. Why? Because anyways the program is uploading all these files. So instead of all these files, if you have one CLI file that you can upload there's no problem. Correct? So
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
we can create it. Yeah.
So, so for this list, does it consist of all the feature template that we need, or there is more?
This is not all, but most of the things are here, like PIM,
Oh,
OSPF, OMP, NTP. You can see the system as well, security. It's not 100% all, but yeah, if you do little bit of digging, you will get the JSON file. I can give you the JSON file for all the
oh,
feature templates and all. Today only
yeah.
I'm
So,
going to show you that how you can generate.
okay.
So from vManage itself, you can take a backup as a JSON. You got my point?
Oh, okay. So
Mhm.
if you go to the vManage, you can create, you can take a backup and put it here.
Yes,
Whatever
yes,
feature
yes,
template that you don't have, you
yes,
can
yes.
get it and put it here.
That's good question. Let's do it first. So I have some other things to show you, but I want to show you this first. For that, I need to disconnect my VPN because actually I don't need to do that. What you need to do in your laptop, so once you are here, there is one package called pip install SAS3. That's the, or you can do Cisco SD-WAN, but this is the name. And anyways, I'm recording, so you can see this. Install SAS3. Oh, sorry, I install, spelling is wrong. So install, one second, let me correct that. Yep. So you can do this pip install SAS3. If you do that, because I have connected with VPN, let me really quickly disconnect my VPN and let me show you the steps. Okay, so you can go and check this. Warning, you're using pip 20, you should use this. So let me show you this thing first. And so there is online Viptela tools from where you can take the backup. So if you go and check Cisco SAS3 something, and yeah, here you can see this SASTR something, and it will come here and oh, it is pointing to DevNet, but no problem. You can go to the GitHub. This Cisco underscore SD-WAN is the name, but I think pip is there, so I can go and check pip and SASTR. This is spelling. You can see Cisco SD-WAN is the keyword. So you can go here and you have to do pip install Cisco-SD-WAN. Okay. So we can go and do pip install Cisco and then SD-WAN. If you do this thing, so then it will go and install. In my laptop already it is there, so it is telling that already satisfied. Once you do that, okay, then this tool will give you option to do take the backup, upload, etc., etc. So now what you can do, you can go to the Python and then you can check the SD-WAN. What was the name of the install? So the name, either you can use Sastry or you can use, let me see the site here. So then you can go and use simply SD-WAN version like this. So let me quickly connect my VPN quickly. And let me give the credentials there. Here it ups. Okay. Now you can go here and you can put this. So I'm connecting my lab. Once we are here, then what you can do that you can go here and you can check simply. So SD-WAN help. SD-WAN is not recognized as a program. Wow, no problem. I'll show you other way to do this. Let me quickly check if I can have that. I just want to check the reference how it is. Oh, SD-WAN version. So do I am using correct SD-WAN and version? It is not recognizing SD-WAN at this point of time. Let's see. So what I will do here, again I can go. I'll show you both the ways that you can run this program. We have ways to run this program. It is telling that SD-WAN help. Once you do this thing, it will give you all these options. Here you can see that you have option to upload, download, and all those things. So let me try other way to do this. Python SD-WAN help. Let me disconnect the VPN. What you can do that you can go to the GitHub. It is strange that it should work. Like if you do pip install, maybe I don't have proper Python package install in that particular location, but it is working fine. If you do pip install, it can work from any CLI actually. Let me do one more time pip install. I can see that I have this package and SD-WAN. Okay, no problem. So other way is this, that you can copy the code. See, you can go to this link. It is devnet sastry, and you can go and you can go here. Then you can open your git bash shell. You can paste that. It's telling a sastry already exists and it's not empty. So I have already downloaded this, but this way you can go and download it, correct? Now then you can go and check where it is. It should be inside this folder. So I can go here. I can open one more folder here. I can go to the documents. I think I should go to the C drive and the this PC users, and then I should go to SAST. So I have this folder. What I'll do, I'll simply copy this to our day 5, so I can upload. You can go and put this folder here. Okay, once you have this folder, you should have the Python files as well. So you want to run that program. Oops. So So we are inside 5. I can go here, I can copy these files. You can go and copy, and then you can put Python, because I want to run this Python. So I can go and paste. Here you can see that you have the SD-WAN and SAST, both are actually same. So now I can go here back one step, and now I can go to this folder, and then I can go and run Python and then SD-WAN and then help. Now can't open the file SD-WAN. What file is this? I should give sdwan.py because I don't have the VPN connection, so it will not give you the result. I need to connect the VPN, but your program is working. You can see like this. Now for result, I have to connect with my VPN. So let me go and connect with my VPN, and then I need to give the credential. So you can go here and you can connect this. Once you're here, then go back to your program. See what this program can do. Once you run this program, you have to give the username, password, port number, etc. Then you have to give the task. Inside the task, you can take the backup, restore, delete, migrate. These 4 things you can do. Basically, we are using this to take the entire vManage backup, and even you can restore as well. So 1 year back, we have one task that we want to migrate vManage cloud from Azure to AWS. So then we have taken the backup from the Azure with the backup function, and then we have restored to the Azure. So all those things already populated to that, and within 1 hour we have done that. It's a powerful tool. Apart from that, you can see the delete option you have. You can delete it, and then you have the migration option as well. You can migrate it as well. The good thing about this program is that you can go here and you can check uh, the task. So let me quickly show you that how you can run it. So once you are here, then you can go and then you can use the keyword say backup. Okay, once you give this backup, so that's the task. You have to choose one task out of this, and then you have the argument. And there is good amount of arguments you have, so better you can go and check the help. So when you can do the backup, you can see the long list where you want to take the backup. What's the directory or the default directory? They have default as well. Then when you are taking the backup, in that backup you want to take all backup, you want to take policy backup, policy definition backup, policy vh, policy cs, template, feature template, what you want. If you want to take the backup for all, and if you want to see the log as well in the screen, you can use the verbose keyword. Click enter. Now what it will do, it will go and take the backup for each and everything. Okay, so I think this keyword, it is not taking backup all, and I want to see this as well over the screen. So let me see this, if I can go and use verbose. That was correct, I think. Mhm. Or you can do, I think, like this. You can use this verbose first and all. Let me see. Okay, I'll do one thing. You can go here and you can see the verbose backup all. Yep. See, it is working in this way. So in the recording section, you can you can copy this command. It is asking about the vManage IP. I'll go and give, then the username and the password, and now you will see it is taking the CFS RFS configuration backup, vManage, vSmart, template, all policies. Means it will go continue for 5 minutes, because in our lab setup we have less configuration and all, so it will not take that much time. I think within 2-3 minutes it will get completed. But the good thing about this is that it is taking the backup for the JSON formats as well. Okay, so once the backup will get completed, then you can go here. You can go to SASTree, and it is by default it is taking the backup in the backup folder. So it will create one folder for you called backup, and there it will put everything. So let me see. Yeah, see, you have to go to this folder where I have the program, and then you can see the data folder it has created. Once you go there, you have the backup and the date timestamp. Once you go there, you can see still it is going on, but you can see the certificates, device conf, device template, feature templates that we are looking for, correct? But I want to complete this, and then I will open the feature template. Once I'm inside the feature template, Sam, this is the thing you are looking for.
Yes.
See all JSON file. So you can,
Yeah.
oops, sorry for that. So we are here, and we are here, and we are here, and we are inside the feature template, and we can go to the SNMP, and I can go and open like this, see. So let's do this thing. Let's add this SNMP in our template. Okay, so I'll do one thing. I'll go back here. I will copy one or two example is enough, I think. So I'll do one thing. I'll open the other side as well, where we have the feature, where we have the other program. So I can go here. I don't want to disturb this folder. Okay, but as per program, if you want, you can change the name, and you can direct the direct that requirement to that particular folder. Means it's up to you where you want to direct. So do I have SNMP? I can see the SNMP here. So what I don't have here in this list, I just wanted to use that, and that I can put here just for example. So BGP was there, DHCP, I think DHCP, and you can see this is also using APIs. You can see all APIs and all. So I think oh, these are our actually we have created, correct? Whatever API you're seeing here in the backup, you can see we have created just now. Okay,
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
no problem. So they are taking those backups as well. So uh, let me take anything that, so for example, all SNMP basics. I can copy, and I can go to the other file here. I'll put here in outside the folder here, because then I will redirect our program to this particular JSON. Okay, so the name is all SNMP basic. Let me copy this, and I think this is already in the vManage. Let me go and quickly delete this as well from that. So I can go here and I can search for that. You can see, and it is attached as well. That's a problem. So we need to detach, and then only we can, Okay, no problem. I'll do one thing. I'll change the name. Instead of basic, I will make basic underscore Sam underscore Ishwar, like that. So we can understand that we have created with the program. Okay. So let's go back here, and we have this is in. Let's do a small edit here. I can go here, and where we have the name, we'll go and change the name. So what's the name? The name is all SNMP basic. And if we go to the bottom, we can go and check all SNMP basic. This I'll change to Sam. That's the description, but new one. Control S. Okay. And now you can go here and see the backup is completed. Ishwar, you are happy now? You want to take backup?
Yeah,
Ishwar has told me that you want to take the backup of it. I have shown you two variation. One backup we have taken just for the configuration. And this backup is related to everything. Okay, so let's run that. I need to go to that folder where I have the program that is SD-WAN something.
And
Step. Yep.
one quick question, Ratnesh. Like, suppose you have taken this backup, and suppose, like, due to some reason, like whatever, maybe irrespective of the reason, like, something goes wrong, and you want to restore back. I mean, you want to push this back. I mean, this configuration back up to devices. So, do you have any
Yes, we have that.
way?
Okay, so backup you want to push to vManage or any device?
Let us take, yeah, both the ways, like to all the device, or even particular related to particular site ID.
Because all the devices will not lose the configuration, correct?
Configuration, yes.
It will never happen. So say for example, if device will get rebooted or something, then you have the configuration at vManage. Because in vManage
Correct.
you
So
have a
we manage,
template, you can reattach that template, correct?
yes.
Now if vManage is running over VM and suppose if vManage will get lost, then
Yeah,
whenever
if you
the
have
vManage,
cluster, yeah.
yeah. So whenever the vManage will come back up, you can restore. So like we have taken the
Suppose,
backup, we have the keyword called restore as well. You can restore as well to the vManage.
okay. So that means like this backup should be somewhere in a storage server. Then once you in the VMNS cluster, if one VMNS goes down, then that file wherever we have in a storage server, that file you can restore back to other VMNS and you can
That's
run the show.
100% right. Yeah. So you can take the backup anywhere in local system as well, in local drive as well. As long as we have connectivity to that system to the vManage, it will restore. Okay.
And can we customize this like schedule kind of thing?
Yes, we have the code. We can do it
Okay.
because we are running the code, correct? So you can change the code. You can customize it. You can give my name as well in the code.
Okay.
That's kidding. Yeah, why not? Says in the open forum, Cisco has given to use this, so you can customize it. SNMP and basic and one. Oops, I should give the JSON dot JSON. So what it is telling that this folder is not in this location, and I'm going to show you to change the location as well, how we can do it. But I don't want to change the main program because maybe later on it will be difficult for you to create the same one, or maybe. So I'll do one thing, I'll create one new program, and this new program I'll say new create .py something. And then what I can do here is that the folder location that you have, you can give any folder name, okay, where you have all the JSON. I can remove that because anyways I want to push only one file. So this is the JSON file. It will ask me as a input. You can see this will ask you as an input. So now you can go and enter. Now it should take that particular. Still it is. Oh, I am running. I'm not running the new one. So we have created new programs. A new dot create, and then I should go and give the 198. Oops, 181.10, and then the JSON is this name. Enter. Okay, so what problem it has? It is telling there is no file name this. Okay, no problem. I will go and see that where I have saved this new file. So it is there, all session basic one. It is there inside the REST API all. Okay, so let me check the name. Should have the correct name, otherwise it will never work. So I can see here that it is not saved as a JSON file, and then it should be in the JSON format, but let me just for curiosity. I'm using this. So what error it is telling that VHCS are running mixing to create CS and VH, it's not possible, etc. So it is telling that such type of template is there and it is not allowing us to create same type of template, mixing of both and etc. But just wait on, hold on. So you can do one thing, whenever you're saving those templates, you save as a JSON dot JSON. Okay, and then let's try one more time. You can go, oops, you can go here and enter. Yep. So now it is giving this error because of the template that we are copying and we are using like this. But don't worry, we have one more program called delete the templates. Let's see. You want to delete all custom feature templates? Yes. Again, do you really want to delete all these that you are seeing here in the list? Yes. Now it is showing somewhere you can see 400 is the error, but 200 is a success. Why 400 error means? That means it is attached. So if it is attached, it will never get deleted. Okay. So that's the reason it is not deleting. But yeah, when you are doing this, then you can. I'll show you the other way as well. But yeah, you have multiple ways to do it with the program. Because I have taken the backup, so I can show you the restore process as well. So once it will delete everything, whatever it can delete, like whatever is 200 you're seeing is a success code. So it is going on, going on, going on. Let him delete. And then we will verify as well inside vManage. Yep. So now we can go back here and let me delete this, refresh this. You'll find that those templates who are attached, somewhere I can see that they are not attached. Maybe they are reference to some other template, but mostly the templates who are not in use, they got removed. And that's actually, one good thing in operation. So we are getting sometimes these use cases that whatever templates are not attached, delete it just to do the cleanup of vManage. You can use this function to do the cleanup, because if the templates are attached, they will not get detached. But before doing this cleanup, make sure that you have the backup. Now, how many templates we have? Here you can see 46. It's showing 46 rows. And other thing is that it has deleted all the custom made. That's the non-default. Custom made templates it has deleted. Okay, so 46. Now what I'm going to do here is, let's do the backup, the restore. Okay, so we can go to the folder called Sastre, and then we can go and do the Python and then the SD-WAN and then the restore, or let's see the help. So here you can see that you have the task, and that task is restore. So restore all, or like you can do like this. So say verbose restore all. What happened? So backup is not found. Now you can see when we are doing the restore, it is assuming that we should have this file, but we don't have this. No problem. But these things we can change inside the code. You have the option, you can change the file name and all those things. So what we'll do here, we'll go to the data, and first of all, you can make the copy of this as well. I'll change the name. Okay, I'll change that name like this. And then let's try one more time. Now it is asking the address. Admin. So what happened? Uh, you can see here, I am showing you the
Now it's
problems
looking
as well.
for the
Yeah,
original backup name.
yeah. So no problem. We'll do one thing. We'll copy and we'll rename and we can paste. Correct? So paste. Let's do that. Oops. I'll do one thing. I'll paste here and then I'll go and rename that. These things are actually very easy in Linux, copy, paste, and all those things. If you're using Linux machine, then it's actually very easy to perform these copy, paste, movement, all those tasks. Why it is not moving the file? Maybe it is open somewhere. So some of the files that we have opened, maybe that is causing issue to copy this. But anyways, I'll try one more time. Let's go back here. What I want here, I need one more copy. Okay, let me try. Okay, so this is the name. And can I paste? So this is the name it is looking for, correct?
Yes.
And then I'll create one more folder. And that folder name, I can give this name that initially it asked. But this is, this is not the name actually. It is exactly looking for this only. Let me see. Let me try one more time. It should run actually. So while it is running this program, it is telling that you don't have this working directory. So let's do this thing. Let's see. I can give the working directory location as well, correct? So we have that option. You can go to the help and you can see that we can go and give the work directory and then we can go and give the name. This is the name. Let me check this thing. A tag is required. You should go and give all as well. But yeah, when you're making, when you watch this recording, you can copy these commands, because again, you don't need to spend this much time. So now you can see that starting restore. From where to where you can see? From this backup location to vmanage IP. Okay, so it's a start this loading process and let's see, it should take the backup. Maybe it will take some time, 5 minutes. But this is the way that you can load the configuration. And it is working because we have used this thing in the production as well. So this is nothing that it will get failed. Meanwhile, guys, if you have any question, please feel free to ask.
So with this backup and restore,
Hmm.
can you summarize what the backup can take and the restore, what it can do, or what can really be restored, and the deletion, what can be deleted, what can't be deleted?
Yes, everything. And they have very nice document actually, if you go here to this link and you can see the documentation, the amount of information that they have given here. So you can see here, task, then what are the things you can do, then how you can achieve all these tasks, everything you can see. And you can see how to use this, all the commands, everything you can see nicely documented. Now, some of the features that you are seeing here, you're not seeing here. Why? Because this is one of the licensed, licensed type of package. For free, you have 4 options that you can take the backup, you can do the restore, etc. Okay. Okay. Anyways, you can spend some time on this particular tool. This is good tool to take the backup, to take the upload, restore, and migrate, and one other function was there. So 4 function it is doing, but in terms of backup, it is one of the nice tool we have to take the backup. Okay. So you can copy this code and you can play around with this. It's a nice one. And apart from that, whatever this tool can't do, for those things we have different programs, so we can achieve our task with those programs as well. All right, guys, you have any further question? See, it is going on. You can see here, and maybe it will take some time. Meanwhile, if I go back here, you can see it was 46. If I refresh this, it should increase. See, it becomes 73, 75. You can see. So number is increasing. That means your restore process is going on. Correct? Shall we take one 5-minute break? Let me resume the recording. I'll start with a small. I have 3 interesting program. Let me start with a small and then big and big. So I have one. Let me go back to my main folder. That is SD-WAN REST API. And then I have one program called vManage APIs. You can always go to the help section and you can see that what are the things you can do. So attached devices related to template, control, stat, all these functions are actually small, but they are going to give you nice information. So for example, if I start with system status, and this particular program, you can use it in your production from today onwards. If you want, you can use it. So you can go and check the system status, and then you have to give the system IP, say 10.1.0.1, and we'll see the result. So what it is telling that your host, that's the IP, is uptime, version, memory used, and CPU used. It's like small information but good information. We often looking for the CPU, memory, version, uptime. Correct? Likewise, you can go and check the interface status. So I can go here and I can change this. Oops. To interface status for this particular guy, and you can see the interface. It's like show IP interface brief, interface IP, and so these informations that we are seeing here, we can club together. You know that we have done in day 3. So it will ask you which IP you are looking for the system information interface status. You can club. So here this done, this done. Device list, we already know it will print the list of the devices. Device counter. So let me show you the device counter. I can go back here and I can show you the device counter. What does it mean? Device and then counters for this particular device. So OMP peer down, VS Smart Connection, BFD, and BFD. So basically it is telling you both the data plane and control plane and the OMP connection, correct? So this is BFD is nothing but your data connection. OMP is your VS Smart connectivity, correct? And then your VS Smart connection. Then you can go and check the device list. This we have done earlier. It will give a nice tabular format of the device ID, system IP, etc. Then finally, let me show you two more functions there we have. So we check the system interface, device list, device counter, then detach and attach. Remember, attach and detach. Let me before doing this attach detach, I can show you the control status. So I can still go here and show you the control and the status. So you can see this the control connection status and last updated. Correct. Now we want to see the attached devices. So I can go here and I can show you the attached devices. Let's always check the help. And should spell it correct. Devices. So it is asking about the attached devices and then the template and the template ID, correct? So this is something like retrieve and return the device associated with the template. You can simply go and run like this also, I think. Yeah, you have to give the template ID here. So let me see if I can give the template ID. Otherwise, I have to get that template ID from some other program. That's why I need to some little bit arrangement of this particular these programs. Okay, no problem. I can show you this output because three program I have this in I have in this folder. One is vManage API. It's very important. vManage API. One is vManage config API. This is a little bit advanced. Okay. So now if you run this, because I need the template ID. So you have the template list. I can go here and I can go back and I can get the template list from here. Say template list, but I can move this function here in this or some other things. So template list. Okay, I'm doing a little bit wrong here. So just give me a second. I can go to vManage APIs and then the template list. Okay, it is giving you all the template list that whatever we have. Now I need this template ID, correct? To run in other programs. So attached device, and if you go and check the help, so it is asking me about the template and the UUID. So template and the UUID. For example, I'll check this DC guy. So you can see that you have this particular template whose name is DCV Edge. It is attached with two devices, this device and this device, whose host IDs are this. Correct? Now, what we want. Now, I want to detach. So let me check that. So I have the detach. So it is asking about the target text ID of that device, the target whatever ID, you can see the ID, host ID, and then the system IP to be detached, correct? And here you can see the help as well. So we manage detach target ID, system IP like this. So before doing this detach, I just wanted to show you here in the device template for this TC, you can see here two devices are attached, correct? So now we can go back here and we can use this function of detach, and then you can use the target, correct? And then you can go and use the target ID. Target ID is nothing but this guy here, and then you can go and use the sys IP, and that is nothing but 10101. Attempting to detach template, let's see. It is trying to detach the template for DC1VH1 inside this particular template. This template name is DC template. This template name you can see here if I scroll a little up. DCVH is the name of the template. Okay, it is trying. So meanwhile it is doing its work, you can see that we check the system, interface, device list, device counter, controller status, attached devices, and then finally we are checking this function to this particular program. That program is vmanage_API. And let me go back here, and if I can go and refresh this page, you can see here one is gone. So if I go and refresh, see DCVH initially 2 devices are there. Now you can see only one because it has done its work. Still, I think it is change configuration mode to CLI. You can see. Okay, so I have shown you how you can detach the template as well.
So after it detached, then it changed from vmanage mode to CLI mode.
Yes, that's right. Because then you can do changes from the CLI. Correct?
Okay. Yeah.
Great. Like you have the automation. Suppose if you have good amount of devices to do the detach, then you can use for loop or while loop, and then you can loop it. Correct? Okay, and now let's see the other vmanage API I have. It's a little bit advanced. Vmanage config.
Can you
Yeah,
attach this same device back? Or we have already done that?
okay, so the device that we have done the detach, yes, why not? So I have done the detach. Let's see how we can attach as well with the program. Right? Let's see. I have the functions for that. I can show you that. So let's go back here. Vmanage. So this particular section that you are seeing here, vmanage config API this is little bit advanced to do some more operations. Okay. So what operations this can do here? You can see. You can activate policy, you can do the app route, modify color, deactivate policy. You can check this is actually related to policy. Okay, this particular API is related to the policy. So you can activate the policy, you have the vSmart policy and you want to activate it. You can activate it. You have you want to modify the app route color. You may be using MPLS, you want internet, you can do it. You want to deactivate the policy, you can do it. You can go and check the policy list. That's the vSmart policy. You can go and check it. Template list we have already seen. So it's very much like self-explanatory, correct? These things you can do it, but let me show you all those things. I'll come back to your question as well, how to attach it. Just give me 2 minutes. Let me complete this. So Python vmanage APIs and then activate the policy. And then you can see which policies. I have one long list of policies in the dcloud. And that you have to give the name of the policy. So for example, if you go here and if you can check the policies, you can see everything is false here. I'll do one thing, I'll go and I'll activate this policy. So I can copy the name here. It is false at the moment. You can go here, you can give the name, you can put this, and then behind the scene it is working. So it is telling the policy UUID is this, and you can go here, and if you give some time, it may take some time to, you will find that this status will become active, means true instead of false. Successfully activated the VS Smart policy. Now if you refresh the page, you can see it become true. So now your policy is activated. Likewise, you can deactivate it. It's very easy. You can go and check the list of the policies. You can go and check the template list as well. If you want to modify the app route color, you can modify from the program itself as well. And generally, we are doing this from the vManage itself. Okay. Any questions so far? It's good.
Yeah, good.
All right. So let's come back to
Good,
the
good.
yeah, Sam.
No, I think it's what it should.
You're telling. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you good, Krish. Yeah.
Thank you. Now you can go here and check the one more program I have, and that's the ST-WAN CLI. This is also very interesting. You can go here and you can see what are the things you have. And in this program, you will see, so we have BFD, control, device, IPsec, all those things. But you can see here that you can go and monitor, see details, monitor. You can create, edit, delete. Okay, so somewhere you'll find that you have the post method as well. So template, you can go and you can manage the device and feature templates, list, and so I'm just focusing on the template section because we are dealing with template. You can go here and you can check the help. What are the things you can do with a template? You can see template. We know that we have two templates. One is device template, one is feature template. So device template, you can create, you can delete. Okay, so I can go here and I can go to the say device, and then I want to create, like that. You can go in depth. So let's see something that it is showing me some error. One second, give me one moment. Yep. So you have delete, you can list. These things we have already seen. That's why I'm not going in this. I'm just looking for one thing that Sham as well. Attachment of device. I think I have that function. I'm just checking in which function it was there. But anyways, once we are in this location, I'm not deleting anything, but you have this delete function. You can go and delete. And obviously you have to give the name, what you want to delete. Fail to delete the template none. You have to give the name of that particular template that you want to delete. So at the moment, I'll do one thing quickly. Let's check this. So we can go to template and we can create one copy. Let me create the copy. Say just one. You can see that just one got created because whenever you are deleting template, it should not be attached, correct? Delete just one. Unexpected argument. Let me see here. You can go to the delete and you can check the help. Okay, you have to give the template ID. It will not delete like this. So what you can do here, you can go and check the device and show. And let's do like this. Okay. So you can go to the device, you can go and do the list. It will tell you what device templates you have. So here you can see the test guy here. You can go to the delete and you can give this guy name, who's his test, like this. So copy, let me copy this, paste here, enter. I think I'm getting some extra. Okay, I should give the template ID, correct? So you have to do like this, and these things you can create notes when you watch this recording. So I should go and give the template ID like this. Successfully deleted. Now if you obviously, oops, if you see here in the list itself, it will be gone. So test is gone, correct? So like that you can delete them. There's no problem on deleting that device. And let me see, the attachment option is there. So we have the delete, we can delete it, we can see that. Then let's see this show function. Again, you have to give the template ID show and then the template ID. So let's see. So UUID, template ID, all these are very important. It is showing you this template in the JSON format. Okay, you just play around with all these programs that we have. Okay, because it will give you good amount of information. Only thing I haven't covered at this point of time is to attach. Correct. Let's see the attach, how we can attach a device with a template. And other thing I should do that all these function I should put in the same program. So you should not check this there, this there. So that thing I will do. I will merge most of the program related to template, and I'll make this template program really powerful. Okay. So what I will do, at least the vManage API and vManage config API, I can merge. Okay. And then this SD-WAN CLI that you're seeing, I can merge it, and then I should add one more function here that's related to attach. Because I thought there is attach is there in this template.
Yeah, I think the attach function was the same PY that you did use for detach.
Yes, you're right.
It's the
So
same.
I
It's the
will
same.
go there and I'll check that. Yep, that's correct. So before going there, the last thing here is the related to feature. And here you can see that in feature you can go and you can see list, show, create, delete. So those options you have related to feature template. Already I have shown you how you can create the feature template in bulk as well. Okay, so you can use that function, but this is also okay. Let's try to do it. So feature, and then I can go and check the list. First of all, let's see all this. There are lot feature templates are there. See, oh wow. In production, you can see how big that list will be. So then we can go here and then we can go and do this create and help. So we have this only these options at this point of time. You can create the banner, system, VPN engines. That's okay because it is actually coded inside the program and the file. But we have better option to create the feature template rather than this. So better we should focus more on that program that I have shown you. Okay, the last thing, related to template and device. I want to see here that also create function is not there. It's okay. Let me quickly go back to the 1 second to the SAS tree, and let me see that do we have anything related to attach here. So I can go and do help here, and you can see that you have the task. No, you don't have. You have backup, restore, delete, and migrate. Then let me go back. Then we have used the attach and detach that was related to vManage API. So I can go here and vManage. Oops, so I should go to SD-WAN REST API folder and then Python vManage APIs. Here you can see. So we have detach and we have attached devices, correct? So I
Yes.
can go and I can see the attached devices. Help. So we need the UUID to attach. Okay. So I'll do one thing. I'll go and do the template and I'll copy the UUID. And let's do one thing. We have created one new template called test. I think that I have deleted by mistake. So anyways, I'll go to this particular UUID. That's a DCVH and I'll provide that. So here somewhere template and the UUID of the template, and oof, done. See how fast this is. And if I refresh this counter should show you 2. It's showing, but I can't see anything here. Okay, so where I have attached, let me quickly check what message it was. DC1VH2. Host ID is this. I haven't got any failure message as well. That's okay. We can wait. Let's give him some time. And no, it will not take this much time. DC1, I can see DC1 VH2, and it is telling actually it is not attaching, it is telling that with this template, which device is attached. So the attach function is missing at this moment, but no problem. Let's see if we have any other thing as well. I don't think so that. So what it will tell you that vManage API, if you go and check the function here, attached devices, retrieve and
It will
return
show
device associated. It is not attaching actually, but it is telling us the information which is attached.
yes.
So one thing we can do here, let's go back to the program. This is vManage API. Let me go back to that program. Let's do it quickly. So I can go here and we can go to vManage APIs and here. What is this? Your backup file could be. Can I cancel this? Okay, great. And I'll not disturb this function because it is working fine. I'll take a backup and inside backup I'll do the modification. So say vManage APIs and then the new or maybe backup underscore. So we have this new function where we can play around. What we want to add one function called attach instead of detach, correct?
Yes.
So let's do it. So you can see this attach detach function, and we can copy this. CLI.add underscore command and attach. Okay, and then make some space here. Put that, go up.
Ratnesh, sorry for interruption.
Yep.
You carry on. I need 2 minutes break because somebody is on my doorstep. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Please carry on.
Yeah. Thank you.
Meanwhile, I'll edit attach. So attach like this. All right. Attempting to attach the template. So payload. What we want. Device ID, system ID. That's okay. And then I want to attach with a template. Template config device mod. Okay. That's okay. URL is device action status. The only thing I need here is the exact API who will do the attach function. Okay, let's continue. Let's see. While the URL response 200 push say summary is done, success. Okay, print failure. Okay, so all these messages are good to me. Only thing we need here is one API that will do the attach function for us to not detach. So let's quickly see here in the API doc. API docs. And you can go and check the template section here. So you can go and use the template. Oops, not here. So still loading. Let him load. Okay, so template. Now here you can see that you should have the post method configuration, the template. What are the things we have? Let's see. Device template. Obviously, we should be inside device template. And then what you want attach the device template. Create device template. No, attach the device template. This is the guy. Correct. And what are the methods? What are the things you need here? Let's quickly see. So it is telling to attach body function with the post method. You need some body here in the payload to do the attachment. Correct. Okay. And you can see the nice thing here. Let me quickly scroll up. So here you can see that you have the attach and you have the detach. There is no much difference in attach and detach. So only the API will change. So now if you go here where we are changing, you can see the API and this is for detach, correct? So I'm not seeing anything related to detach here. Let me quickly see. Detach. Cool, no problem. Otherwise, I'll use that API to do the detachment, to do the attachment. Sorry. Let's see. Let's come. So you have the target. That's a target ID, and you have the system ID. I think this should work. This should work. Let's see. Okay, template config device mode CLI. Let's quickly check that template mode device CLI template config. So you can see template slash config. Can't see this. Why? No problem. Template. Seems they are the old APIs. Okay, now leave it. Attach the CLI. I think this will work. Let's use this
Yeah,
API.
I think that should work.
Yeah. Okay. So we can go here and the URL will be this. Let me go scroll. Okay. So I think we are okay with this. We can go back here and now we can go and check our Python and new vmanage where I have saved that file. So let me really see where it got saved. It is saved in the SD-WAN Python REST API. Okay, so we can go and check the same folder. You can go and do Python and the backup vmanage and you can check the help function here. So you should see all the function and it will add one more function called attach. Okay, so let's do that. It's not showing here. So when we have added this here, attach, what you need to do, what function you need to change. So we have defined that attach here in the definition. That's 100% correct. And I need to give some these things as well. So you can scroll a little down. Till a space here. Now this is the way that you can edit. You can just take few code of copy the code and then you can work with that. And if you see this detach, let me see, should not be any other place. So yes, it is not there. Small program. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm back, Ritesh.
Thank you. So we have created one attach and this should change the notes as well. So if you can go here on the top, you can see that you should change this also. Attach. Okay. And then go and use it. So py attach help. We created the help function as well here. So what it is telling that if you want to attach, you can use the target IP and this. We have done this thing earlier and I can use this here and I can go and use here as, let me use the backup. Oops. I should copy that. Let me quickly copy that UUID and all those stuffs. Yep. From here and from here to here and then I can go and just give me a moment. It is going on. Okay, so now you can go to Python and vmanage backup vmanage API that we have created. Backup vmanage API and the rest of the things I can copy and paste from here. So copy and paste, enter. It's just telling that they don't have no such option called template, or option is not there. Yeah, I need to check this function completely. So I'll do one thing. I'll work on this. Actually, this is not the template ID. It is the system ID. Okay. So give me a moment. I can go here and I can go and check the I think this function will not work because I need the template ID, and then I want to connect that template ID with the system IP, but this is seems to be the device ID in this particular function. That will not work. So Sam, I'll work on this attachment function, and I will update you on that.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. But the rest of the things I have covered, and one thing is pending from my side is to attach the template. But apart from that, I have covered everything.
Yeah.